7.
T-O-Y-B-O-X-T-O-Y. X-T-O-Y-B-O-X-T-O-Y.
Connect together.
Emergency with 7.
Connect together.
Okay, let's get that. Let's get the game up here. Pop up, please. There we go. All right. And my microphone is in fact working this time. It's lovely. So, when last we left off, we need to speak with Lucia. We solved the Dragonsong War, and we yeeted some eyeballs into the abyss. Which I still think was the wrong choice. But, you know, as long as it never pops up again, we're fine. That's the wrong thing. Congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. As if winning Hraesvelgr to our causes are not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were missing an Estinian. One triumph of the Nidhogg shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our Hospitalier captain. I'm told he is yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days, and you must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinian's bedside, and we'll send word the moment that there are any developments. Now, if you're satisfied with your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. It would seem we're awaited at Fort Tom Manor.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you.
Ahoy! He was in the fight.
And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord. but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our Master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Manservant. I can challenge you to triple triad? Wait. There's a triple triad thing here. Going Congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. What did I do for the Savior of Mishgard? Master Alphino, he came in to relieve my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at the Estinian's side, I could not refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hraesvelur's trial and all that followed. The Estinians blessed to have such devoted comrades. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit, more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were only two to survive. The experience was forged a bond between us, as such a life-threatening situation are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense, solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alphino he sees something of his lost sibling, and in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphino has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations had saved me from danger more than once, and I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He's a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is requested at the infirmary. Is he... Tell him I'm on my way. Let's go to him. Upon proceeding to the infirmary, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these in their entirety. Yep. I just started streaming, luckily enough, so... Oh, is he dying? That's not the motions of someone who's happy.
Estinian!
I know physic.
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not...
Okay.
It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvelgr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
I just realized my ice cream bowl is totally...
I, for my part, owe you an apology.
Only half.
When
ice
last we
cream.
met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor.
It returns from the graveyard to your hand after it's destroyed. It's really annoying to
It
deal with.
was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family. When no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
I mean, you did kind of peek.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
I'm curious who the new Archbishop's gonna be.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended.
Oh, okay,
paving
we're
the
doing it. We're
way
just doing a democracy.
for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords.
So he was like voted into that position.
Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an azure dragoon for a new age.
Am I gonna give Hraesvelgr his eye back? He kind of, like, I don't need it. Oh, hey, it's me. Speaking of.
Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of
It does look like I
peace
did because his
and
eye, that was the eye that was missing. Memoirs of Count Edmund de Forton, Heavensward, roll credits, except we already did. Edmund de Forton. Did I say Edward? I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wandering his way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender the role as temporary head of state than I'm burdened with the position of a more permanent responsibility. I fancy it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is it that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? These questions are for me to answer. It's not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience. And it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed one stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May those towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I did hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian had vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I keep Ishgard safe until he designs to come home. Thank you, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alphino. Last vigil? Yeah. You spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though our people may stumble from time to time, I know none better than Sir Emmerich to lead their march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations and seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. Wind up, Emmerich! Alpine coat. Curious how neat that looks. In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. Yep, okay, are they looking for the eyes? Are they like, oh hey, what's down there in the abyss? Eyes? This man looks like a sussy baka, and that's not the face of a man who isn't looking to get his hands on super powerful dragon eyes. Oh, is he one of the Warriors of Darkness? He's one of the Warriors of Darkness. Thank you, blonde hairs. Nay, you may need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. On Destiny Islands? All is proceeding as expected, then? Aye, there's naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. Oh, It's Alice. Thancred! This way. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies, man and dragon above voices join in song, but beneath the shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. Something Stormblood? A new day dawns in Ishgard, and House Fort Thomas tidings for you. Master Novice, you've come at most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you have been present to receive it, but in any event. Sir Emmerich de Borel, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Borel cordially invites Master Novice to dine with him at his estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening months afforded little opportunity for leisure. It has been canonically months. Okay, cool. With the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? Should be glad to accept. Indeed, who would not? You would forgive me if I seem envious. I shall send word to of your acceptance to Burrell Manor at once. When you are ready, pray return to the Astrologium? I don't know how the ending of that word is supposed to go. They would have someone escort you the rest of the way, because it's not on the map. Let me see. Nah, I'm not really a fan of it. I need to sell a whole bunch of this shit. Okay, so we have over that way, but I want to check the airship landing. I'm curious what other... Does it just mean that I can travel to, like, Gridania and stuff via the airship? Because that seems, like, fairly uneventful. Gold Saucer, Cloud Top. Where's Cloud Top again? It's just free. Where's Cloud Top again? Alabath's Fine Sea of Clouds. Oh, it's Camp Cloud Top. Okay, I see. Okay, yeah, I can just travel to Gridania because they are no longer... They're no longer... They've updated the travel visas. People can come here now. Greetings and well met. The honor and privilege to serve as the steward of House Burrell, though admittedly our staff somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I'm sure, but for this day we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. It is nice to finally have some goddamn time of, like, all the problems are done with for now. At the moment, there are no other there are nebulous warriors of darkness, but, like... And also the Ascians are trying to unleash Zodiark or whatever. But for now, I finished all the shit I need to do. I'm gonna have some steak.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the Horn.
I'm just chilling with Sir Emmerich.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Now, last time I accepted drinks from someone, I got roofied, man. Sorry.
You'll never see it come
Yo! Thank you for the raid! How was your stream, German Shepherd guy? We're finishing up the award-winning expansion Heavensward. I'm busy being very sus of the fact that we just threw the eyes into the abyss. Like, it's probably not a bottomless abyss. Nice, dude!
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
To be fair, the parts that I went to, humans specifically never went to for thousands of years. Perhaps a bit long for my liking. I didn't need to go all the way back to Gridania.
Long and arduous, aye. Not unlike the journey that Ishgard has at last embarked upon, thanks to the efforts of you and yours.
Oh, emotes.
By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
Swear, better not be getting roofied again. Better not be getting roofied again. I don't trust it whenever someone who's not me pours my drinks anymore.
May I ask a personal question?
Okay, doesn't look like we're roofied.
Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
a house? Could you get me a house? The housing market
Lord
in this
Commander,
game sucks.
pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton.
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
I like Sir Emmerich. He's cool.
For every ending marks a new beginning.
New narrator.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did he. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Yes.
Is that...
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
I know Asuna.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect.
And then a bunch of stuff happened
But when
that you may or may
confronted
not have
with the
seen.
bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Alphino, is the Warrior of Light... is he with you? Don't go, there is something I must say. The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelphatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Surely they won't let her. Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Kyber regions. They did not bring Astidian back from the very brink of death. I'm uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians are planning on to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them in Lost Athgath, when they were confronting Ravana, had this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There's much more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alice risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Will you accompany me to Zelphatol and help me stop Ixel's ritual? Given Ishgard stares aboard her with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the Beastmen's intrusions into Korthan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelphatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. It's their homeland, after all, and the Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross the Zelphatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for the contingent of the camp knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zelphatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal. We should be glad of their existence, Lord Edmund. And in the event Mistress Alice regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Let's be off. We cannot procure any additional supplies. We can procure any additional supplies we require at Camp Dragonhead. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. Entrance to the passes of north of Nadalan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it's normally guarded by a scout of Ixali warriors, I have been informed the House Fortom Knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gate lies wide open. We need but walk through. Ooh, Phoenix. Also, let me see. Let me give you a shout out. I don't do that now. Okay, let's get out of here. Master Novice, Master Alphino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something, and they don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelfatol at your aid, and do as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground. Upon arriving, let us advance with care as we search for the site for the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, we should only have to contend with the Ixal. If they're not, we may be forced to do battle with the warriors of darkness. Zelfatol. Maybe I want to queue up for it normally. I don't have friends with me right now. I'm just gonna enter with NPCs. I still need to go and do all of my scholar quests too. Oh wait, I need Carbuncle.
Release!
Hit? Yeah. Wanted to double check what button I normally pushing for this.
Away with you!
Curious where the boulders fall from.
My pride.
Balloon!
Release!
Marine down death.
I have my pride.
Okay. I was supposed to be over there with the rest of the gang, I think. I think I did this wrong.
Away with you!
What was in that? Oh, I got a ring. Okay. Yeah, this is still technically Heavensward. We solved the Dragonsong War. Estinian went off to have anti-hero redemption arc solo story life. We had dinner with, we went and had dinner with Sir Emmerich, who's becoming best boy. I really like Sir Emmerich. Large lad. Oh, there's spikies. The ground has spikies on it. Which I'm assuming I should not want to touch.
Away with you!
I mean, it's just a dungeon? Like... Dungeons are important, though. What else could it have been? Full-fledged area. Okay. I guess. Doesn't Ivalice get the same treatment, actually? Isn't Ivalice a raid series? Which I would have loved it if it was a real thing. I remember originally I was annoyed. I was like, man, I would have loved an MMO based on Ivalice and not just Ivalice is in Final Fantasy XIV. They even have mechanized lifts. Is there treasure around here that I'm missing? There is. Valkyrie's Bracelet of Slain. Oh, hello. I got a bone key. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk the dinosaur. Give me that. Goodbye, gang! And also my own carbuncle, I guess. Oh, carbuncle's here now. And the gang is here now. Ah! Look at them! Look at those lads! Okay. Was there any gear over there? Not any gear that I missed. Hello. Just need to rouse the wind with that fan.
Away with you!
Do not overlap.
Away with you!
Zap you. Thank you for the heals, Alphino. Her attacks were a veritable storm. Dare say she was one of the Galeborn. I don't know what that means, Alphino. Hat of casting. Sounds like the gang's fighting over there, but I see treasure. Oh, is that more treasure? Airstone is required to proceed. Oh, okay. I guess I gotta beat the shit out of some people.
Away with you!
I've obtained an airstone. Do I have to step into the thing? Yeah. Oh! Woo! Fancy. Oh, hi there. Oh, is there more? There's shinies. Hang on. Hold up, gang. Cool. There it is. Why do I need to pick it up? Can't be back on solid ground soon enough, they say. Oh god, birds. Told his birds to go for the eyes. Mean.
Away with you!
So that was like a mini summoning. He sort of kind of summoned Garuda, but not really. green, yellow mode, not green mode. Green mode. I will kick your ass with your own goddess, smushed into the form of an adorable green rabbit. Oh, no, wrong. Oh, no. Did I die? No, he died. Good. Okay, cool. Still fought to the very last. And the warriors.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught.
Or this is what they were planning.
But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here?
You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us the long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering, and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. Diada. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Is that one like alternate universe Eorzea? All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. You think it could be true? To save the world that must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever the reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knights can appraise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I will be at the congregation. Oh, hi, Alphino. What are you... There you are, shall I make a report? Yep. brings me joy to see you safely return to us. No news of you from Zelphatol. No, we are not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for those who remain behind, Mistress Yashola has been tending to Mistress Alisei in your absence. Pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you may have questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry. Her condition is much improved. She's a resilient one, much like her brother. That is more like what she was wearing at the end of the...
How are you feeling?
At the end of the Trials of Bahamut quest.
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelphatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alisei. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alisei and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Eorzea then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
I'm curious when the shoe's gonna drop about him working with Ascians also.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alize, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Think the three of us plumbed the depths of the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. Is this line in the game if you didn't finish the Coils of Bahamut quest? I'm curious. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she had taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where to, I never learned, though I suspect it was by design. So she enjoyed hearing tales of our exploits, did she? My apologies for keeping you waiting. Oh, it's not a copy of Alphino's outfit. Right then, shall we be off? Tara never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with that identical outfit. Exactly what I was thinking. Praise the 12, she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Do you remember that time at the studium when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered... Sister, please, she was not my... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? So be it. Another time, perhaps. To be honest, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth my journey, I did so with grand ambitions. As you may recall, I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you'll forgive me if I do. Again, are these words the same words that are in the thing? Like, I don't know. I've been meaning to ask about that carriage. Ah yes, the carriage that so fortuitously arrived and steered us away from Ul'dah after the banquet. The driver informed me that I had my sister to thank for his presence in Ul'dah. How did you know to send help? Oh, drunken brass blades are even less discreet than the sober ones. Unfortunately, by the time I learned of the plot, it was too late to do anything more. Frankly, I'm still amazed Brennan managed to find you. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different, more resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who's ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I'm here today because I would regret it if I weren't, that's all. Fair enough. Let's depart for the Waking Sands. Pray return for the Waking Sands. Eorzea can be of assistance. Last Aetheryte ticket. I think, can you buy these in Vesper Bay, though? I forget if these are just possible to buy. Oh yeah, I'm not crafting. I'm not a crafty boy. I can just buy those. Hello, do you have Aetheryte tickets? I'm curious. I'm curious. Aetheryte tickets. Not available for purchase. So you just get a bunch. Okay, cool. So I am totally done with these. I'm never going to have those again. Good to know. Eorzea, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino, what would the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming? What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up, only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou did observe, the seventh, but to spur the beast tribes to pursue. This serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time: identify and remove the source of the beast tribes' crystals, and take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second's easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere, of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day I did receive tidings most troubling from across the strait of Merlthor. Ogomo stirreth, and there are whispers that Lord of the Crags neareth his return. Mere rumors, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. I must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook. Thank you for your counsel, Eorzea. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. He knows much aught else, Alphino. He's being a sussy baka. If I may, brother, Eorzea, is there anything else you'd wish to say? Alice knows he's being a sussy baka. If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research that for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I've heard of a promising tome, the Giran Oracles. Mayhap you could start there. Oh yeah, because she was listening. She knows that she was there. By thy leave. She's aware. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Gotta go to Lenosha. Oh, I finished a thing too. Yay! This raid, I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. Hi, I'm the Warrior of Light. Just when my coal problems look to be coming to a head, the signs of the 7th Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Urgramo have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one of the sniffing around the store just now, likely looking to make off an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for that little bugger, would you? Our Maelstrom friends seemed notably more agitated than when we first arrived. Did you happen to know what that might be? Kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Urianje's information, yes, but to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there may be a time to think on this later. For present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan summoning. That means finding and questioning this kobold. Surely all this commotion cannot have escaped the kobold's notice. If he has any sense, he will attempt to quit this place, will he not? There! He's running! There. I see you guys are doing like a whole fate thing. I'm not worrying about that right now. Sit back, away, far back. I'm not a... it's no use, pointless, hopeless, no use. Do we go around this way? How do I... Oh, you know what, though? I don't need to be running. Huh. Where are you, you little nerd? There you are. I only wish to talk. Yes, just to talk. I'm down to talk. So stupid plan, stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will. Tell me again what to do. Maybe just chill. I'm in peace only to talk. Speak, say, talk. So please do not hurt me. This is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. You could very well give one a bruised knee. You got him. Fine work, Scions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp. Did you plot to steal my crystals, were you? No, I came to talk. to ask for help, but when your soldiers saw me, they drew weapons and shouted, and I... Now, let's all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What's your name, child? Pikmin Gabu of the 620th Order. At least I will be a Pikmin one day. Well met, Gabu. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize. What did he say? She turned to glare at him. The man who found you is our friend, and now that we know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloden here thinks you want to take his crystals, Gabu, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not your own people? What happened? Can you tell us? Yeah, No one's gonna hurt you, alright? Not while we're here, I promise. The Patriarch? The Patriarch's gonna summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him, beat him, fight him, stop him. Why are we all acting shocked? This is something we kind of assumed was going down. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming angry. He said that they didn't have the iron in their hearts. They would serve as coke for the furnace? Is that a word? I don't know. Like, I would have think it would be coal for the furnace. Guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace. I don't want to believe it, but I've heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in the rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. But the 12, that's sickening. No one listens to Gabu, no matter how much he cries, please begs cries. They do not listen. They only talk about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too, so please help Gabu stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. If you're sure, you forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. I killed Nidhogg, man. I've done enough adventuring that, like, I have the right to be a little teensy bit cocky. I think we may yet stop the ritual. Well, you would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance of Titan had manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 had mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood. Brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers, time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. Her Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them. If we give enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe Great Father won't come? Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where the crystals are stored? Oh, I know. Several spots, each defined by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gabu will lead you to the first cache. Quickly! Is this one dead? Did we murder them? You guys murdered them while I was out? Get them all good. This way. There we go. What's up, gang? Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother? Aye, it's just that... quite certain the crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all the traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Kurthus to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect the crystals were smuggled into Vilbren by another party, most likely a pawn of the Ascians, as Thancred has speculated. I don't understand. Who are Ascians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never mind about that. As Alice said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gaboo? Yes, of course. Gaboo knows the way. The next one is the last, and very large. Very big, huge, very large. Though you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. Confound it. What about you? Any luck? Nothing, but this cannot be. Gaboo saw them. Spied, spotted, saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes. The question is to where to and why. I don't know, to use for the ritual? Within Orgomo, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again. It's the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. We will, Gaboo, we will. Stay calm. We have time. They've yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There's no other way to prevent Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them to Commander Bloden's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. Oh, I didn't mean to... I meant to talk to Alphino, not hit a bomb in the face. Okay. Crystals, if you be so kind. There you go. Thank you. I should deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping. And brief Commander Bloden of the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there's an aetheryte within Urgomo mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gaboo doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action, but if this is what you prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way, this way. Oh. Can I not? Here? I take it this is the aetheryte we seek? Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go. I trust your feelings suitably heroic. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Quickly, you clods! Oh my god, it's Peridot. I will not suffer any further delays. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers, here, but how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Well... That's not great. That's not great. Coke for the furnace, you monster! How could you? We are but servants of the Lord of the Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers. No, Alice, not yet. I understand, Patriarch. I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering on your own kith and kin. You've sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. It need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course, cease your attempts to summon your god, and work with us together to build a lasting peace. The peace to be abandoned at the Overdweller's convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you. Liars, betrayers, Oathbreakers. That format didn't take off. I was really excited to be able to play with Planeswalkers, but nobody wanted to do it. They were all like, oh, it's just too much like Commander, and I'd rather just rule 0 Commander Planeswalker. You take it, you take it, you take it. What? When you've had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare defend ourselves, you declare this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our gods drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, and suffering upon us all. I'll hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined your own lands, and you'll not ruin ours. You did murder people, though. I said I'd come, and I did. I'm here. Aw. Oh, he's gonna summon his parents as primals? No, no! This is not the time for rad music! He summoned Titan to kill the others. Seven hells. Here. Leave him to me. Ah! I love that this carbuncle just leaps into fight. We must away. We finally teleport! Thank you! Man, all you have to do to defeat Titan is just yeet a carbuncle at his face? By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, yet, given what we were like to find, his anguish and despair served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the fearful. Worse, being born of such a tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have what cause for optimism, it's that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity needed for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be this as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Urgomo, the more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. You know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of the Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Alice and I will tend to Gabu. When you have finished with the Primal, look for us at Camp Overlook. We'll be expecting you. I like how they're like, oh, he's gonna be weaker this time because there's less crystals. Why does it say confront Titan in the navel hard, then? I'm gonna refill my water bottle really quick, and hopefully this isn't going to ping while I'm away. I've returned. I suppose while we're waiting for this, I will report to the suppression node. Hi, Ren. How's it going? We had dinner with Sir Emmerich. We learned that the Warriors of Darkness are here because it was really easy to kick the Ascians' ass in their reality, but that caused light to flood their world and destroy it, or it's in the process of destroying it, and they're like, oh, well, clearly darkness also needs to be in balance, and that's why we're working with the Ascians, and we want to destroy your world so our world doesn't get blown up. Where's the Cacpot board? Oh, shit. I can't do that. Oh, here we go. I don't have the Bahamut form anymore. Ah! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, he's all Titan's being all sad because he's the feelings of yeah. I thought that he was gonna summon his like mom and dad as primals, but this is just—he's just the incarnation of his sadness. Oh God. Yeah, this fight is a lot more sad. Ow. I gotta get better at not standing in the danger zones. So we have to blow up the rocks. It's been a while since I fought Titan. I didn't need to pass out first. Well, they died. But we're fine. We got this. Always give the healer commendations. What's up, Gaboo? You can be an adventurer now. You're an orphan. It's the prerequisite. I tell you that he will return safe and sound. The deed is done then. Titan is no more. Good. There has been enough tragedy this day. He's been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He's almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death, like any other thrall, such as the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. We must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Ysel's followers are beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. There's not to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let's tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bloden's of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Hello. Here's type for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you have matters well in hand. All settled, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be. Believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd all live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like the cause for celebration. Now I know you have lots of places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of the Titan's Bane.
Who goes there?
It's friendly neighborhood warrior of light.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way.
Really, why aren't the... I get the trial story seems to be very relevant here.
But I cannot say that I have enjoyed them.
It's weird to me that
I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Eorzea, of you.
Are you gonna let us know that Eorzea is being a sussy baka?
Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I traveled far and wide with two companions, a Stinian and a Cell, who were very...
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light.
No pressure.
As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on. For the sake of those we hold dear.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
It is Eorzea.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation.
His voice is different, though.
Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
It is Eorzea.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands?
Actually, is this the first time that I'm hearing him with his new voice actor?
Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Okay. I was at this moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes that it's only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look to the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flush with the Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Eorzea another... Wait, where's Alice? She was here a moment ago with Gaboo. Oh, there you are. Let me guess. Time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing. If it's any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bloden, something tells me you're not solely out here out of concern for his welfare. As to your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You look after him, won't you, Commander, and treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure a better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will the Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry. Truly I am. You should never have been made to... And I know I cannot possibly understand. Yet there's nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much that your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never ever forget. Aww. I'll remember them. And you, Alice, thank you. Who's Moonbreeder? They were the NPC person who showed up for the Astral Era quests, the in-between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward quests. They died within 2 patches. And Eorzea had a thing for her. And also apparently made a sex doll of her after she died. They changed the text for it, but... Like, Moonbreeda was like, dearest friend, and he probably was in love with her. But there was, like... You read the description of it? Yeah. As a patch... So you could get a wind-up Moonbreeda little minion. And... the description for wind-up Moonbreeda in the Lord of Verminion little minion decks before patch 6.1 said, this anatomically accurate representation of Moonbreeda was secretly crafted by none other than Eorzea immediately following the untimely passing of his beloved companion. What he did with it before it passed into your hands is a tale best left untold. Anyway, she was a good friend, and she died. Thousand times over, there'll be a reckoning. All right. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Oh god, I don't have an Aetheryte ticket anymore. In that case, we gotta go back to Limsa. And then I believe these fairies? Nope. Hello. I forget, what is he? He's not a kobold and he's not a goblin. He's one of the beast tribes, I just don't know which one. Is it this one then? Yep, that's Rebecca. There we go. I like how the boat ride goes directly next to that big castrum. Thank you. I should think, though we failed to prevent Lord of the Crags from manifesting, we succeeded in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warrior of Darkness could make matters worse. So by no means an unmitigated success, but we have to suffice. Let us speak another matter, one which weighs heavily on my lady's mind. As thou did request, I sought out the Garen oracles that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Through copious use of the allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture. One of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times as they succeeded, then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Menthilia spoke unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul sundereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then, if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the reunification of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the matter of the Warrior's Darkness described, it would give way unto the void where none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returned to the source may be born anew, saved, such at least is their belief, I surmise. That's true then. Gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. To it seems several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange, and you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and lest thou wonder their motives, I would remind you that the Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summon of Rhalgr. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. So, better to die and be reincarnated than to be lost to the void forever, basically. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Elaine Royal's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it's not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance group which received crystals without delay. Missing Alice, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Are you going to tell us? Alphino, Alice missing. You three listening? Good, I have tidings. Good tidings you bring to me and my kin? Double Knights raided Smuggler's Warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were an employee of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. And you have them, the crystals too. One few remained, regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of the local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have a need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we. By happy coincidence, we learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. And here I was thinking that I might finally be the one to step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Wait a moment, there is more, and I defy you to not be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly employed the infamous Ivy herself. Yeah, we already know that. Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning on contacting Y'shtola next, but there is somewhere else you wanted me to notify first? No, there isn't. He didn't tell Urianger. There was no way for Urianger to know. What in the world's gotten into her? It's twice now that we have sought Urianger's aid, and twice she's treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of the grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Leviura estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. This continues. I may have to raise the matter. Later, though. Little Alamigo awaits. No, you should... It is very concerning. Like, you should put two and two together. The fact that Urianger told us about shit that he couldn't have known yet. We'll get to the bottom of this. Forgive me, it's been a long day. Did you have something to say? Urianger? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. To review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan resistance operating here are taking receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain to who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here can be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alice and I will do the same in the west, and afterward we can rendezvous and share our findings. I'm curious, is Rhalgr one of the 12? Rhalgr. One of the 12. Had a feeling. Because they're saying the Alamegans wanted to summon him. Maybe down here on the bottom floor. Let me guess, come and join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he lit a fire under every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there, going about asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I bet. Seems they're all the talk of Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. The mask, you say? Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. Resistance? Damn if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to him. Have you set store by all these tales of secret weapons? Good luck to you. But I'm too old for the masked bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. Suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet, despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they're the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope the revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident this is the group which received the crystal shipments, which we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundabald are already acquainted, maybe it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? Much as it pleases me to see you again, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried to hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin, I know of him, as we all. He and his mask have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. But I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I had not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Okay, we can just fly there. Bibimu! What's up, Bibimu? I don't know who you are. Why are you out here? You'll find much has changed within, thanks to those fool robbers. Take care, but not so much that you cannot make haste. I forget why I was originally here, like, what this dungeon originally was. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery.
He looks like Assassin's Creed.
The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us, but no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands! This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Albania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
Oh!
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
I feel like this is the first time I'm hearing Papa Shan's new voice, or Papa Limo's new voice. because I think in the other cutscenes they weren't voice acting, because it just sounds so different. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you! I thought it was obvious you and missing would be fine. Though it was obvious you and missing would be fine. Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that... Forgive me. What exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we've not yet been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. Is there anybody left on your missing friends checklist? Not really. I mean, sort of, kind of Minfilia, but she's a god now, so no, not really, I think. Yeah, all the friends are together. We learned the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Raubon had been reinstated. We resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. You could have returned to the Waking Sands. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gathered from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. And we also heard rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? It's almost like he's trying to summon a primal, that thing that we don't like when people do. It's well known that we're no friends of Garlemald. One would think that the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join the cause would welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator. A talented rabble-rouser to boot. 'Twould not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin's an extremely cautious, distrusting man who's made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks, Ida says, pot calling the kettle black. Oh, everybody, yeah. It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the... For all the good it did. And now you have the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin, that man's an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference of a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess, I assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it's not impossible they're alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain a confirmation while there is yet still time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role in the groups as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he could probably tell us the mask's plan in broad strokes. Like the man whom we impersonate, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount our tales of your past achievements and testify to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, you will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part as we maintain the charade until we get him cornered, at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talbot. And to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, let's be off. We're also not going to tell them that Minfilia turned into a god. How do I get in here? Where do we get in here? Okay, right around this way. By what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. You're the ones with Gil, and seeing as your friends with Papa Limo. There, tunic and slops for both of you, tailored and treated to your taste. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I'll go change and see you at the spot Papa Limo marked on our maps. Is that what I'm supposed to... Weathered shepherd's tunic. Okay, yeah. Look at us, pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. This should suffice. Now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
That's not better. That's not...
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad?
That's not a better
When people find
option.
out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honourable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
Then don't help things summon primals, please. That's like the one thing I'd like you to not do.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand, and always keep moving forward. Let's keep moving forward together. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zorak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must appraise Alice of all we've learned. I would join you both in Little Alamigo after I've changed. Whoop. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papa Lima were here all along? Well, Y'shtola will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zorak without delay. Agreed. There is naught else to discuss. Let's depart at once. There is odd else to discuss. About how Urianger is being sus. Can you let me know about the Urianger is being sus? Speaking of the bastard. In accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their mark on the stage, wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its likes again. Hey, Alphino, why are you glowing like you're gonna lead me into an instance encounter? We must not jump into conclusions, not until we've reached the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall wait your signal. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay. I am hungry, and I've been munching on Cheetos, but I kind of want to make myself, I think I want to, like, scramble some eggs and meat and stuff. So, I think I'm going to pause for a little bit, and then come back with food, and then we will, do this shenanigans and beat the shit out of Urianger. So, BRB. See you guys in a little bit.
vibes and touch the sky. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Until you feel the vibes and touch the sky. On a Sunday morning, I touch the sky. Next morning, I touch your heart. Was the start. I play my role when I rip the mic apart. Do what I got to do to place a spark. I'ma put it down, seeking no crown anymore. From the moment I saw you, it's all gone. Hard to believe to a chick like me. Used to have several wins every day of the week. Every time I put that behind. Said I'm sorry, I got to go. From the sideline to the man I am high. To the place no human has ever even tried. So I got to go, I got to go. All I want is for you to stay. Man at the grave resurrected. Now he's connected. No concession, just embedded by you. Yeah. Take a deep breath. Let it go. Follow my lead. No doubt about that. It's a brand new day. I gotta tell you one thing. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Until you feel the vibes and touch the sky. I won't deny that I used to play. Young days have done things that I can't even say. Time to make up my day. God, it's so hard to regulate till I met her yesterday. I was the dirt and you're the purifier. I'm the gasoline while you're the fire. Keep it on the DL, no quiet, which makes you want to talk like Esquire. I don't want a partial, want the entire. Buy any jewels from gold to sapphire. Cracks some jokes, sometimes satire. We'll be careful not to get you damn tired. Making sure that'll take you higher. When we have a baby, we'll be in a triad. That's what makes me most inspired. I hope the same goes for you, baby girl. Touch the sky.
Okay. Let's get back to some Final Fantasy. I sauteed a whole bunch of impossible meat and eggs and onions and avocado, and that's what I'm eating. I got plenty of stuff to eat as these many cutscenes play in sequence.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
No, it would be the life of everyone here, though.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Yeah, I can summon 6 adventurers at any time, who are all nebulously, eerily similar to Warriors of Light.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Bitch!
Alice!
Oh, I thought that was Alice. Never mind. I thought Alice just immediately responded to that by nuking her. Never mind.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at his, and defend this realm with all my might!
Let's finish this.
Level question mark Alice. Do I have Carbuncle out? It appears I do not have Carbuncle out. Excuse me a moment, I need Carbuncle. Oh, he's invulnerable. Hello, you. Yeah. Get beat up by a bunch of nerds.
There's no escape.
Yeah, it is the power of the echo. That is what the log just said, Alice. Okay, so every time they call upon the Echo... Okay. And I have to kill the Warrior of Darkness, the Knight of Darkness, before I can target the Warrior of Darkness. Thought I'd be a summoner since my brother's a scholar. That's cute. Here's a sword.
It ends now. What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Eorzea!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady.
Now there are foreigners with books here.
By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Everyone here is a nerd with a book, and then there's also Thancred.
Hearken to me. We only have
Granted,
one chance.
Alice's book is now a sword, but like,
Channel
still.
your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
Let us speak loudly about our plans within earshot of them.
Make ready! They come!
What am I supposed to do? Yeah, okay, what am I supposed to, like... Am I supposed to, like, heal her? How, Alice A? Do I just click? Do I just click you? How do I do the thing? How am I supposed to channel? How? You haven't explained in gameplay terms how I'm supposed to do this. Am I supposed to cast spells at you? Am I supposed to heal you? How? What do? I am so gonna die. Yes, /give. Nope, that doesn't help. What am I supposed to do here? I'm just gonna Google. Channel ether into... Ethereal blade or something. There! What? It says that there's an interaction point in front of her. I clicked it for a second. I'm trying, Alice. Where is it here? Is it? This doesn't feel intuitive, Alice. There we go. Okay.
It's not enough.
Must have channeled so much at once. Okay, cool. Oh god. Get out of there. Ether, got it. Now I understand how to do this, I think. There we go. They all have names, and yet they're tags in the... Oh god. No. Nope. Excuse me. I'm gonna nope. How about I... Feel ether welling up within me. Okay. Hang on a second. I gotta do this thing. I get that you want to murder me. Yep, sure, you can stab me. That's... Can you stop, sir? I have to do an interaction point thing with Alice here. Click the thing. There should be a thing for me to click. Clicking the thing. I'm trying to click the thing. There we go. There we go.
Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Does that mean that I'm beyond death?
Wait!
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
We're just gonna stand there and watch them do crystal thingies.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal!
So...
What is this place?
Welcome to the Station of Awakening. We're at the start of Kingdom Hearts.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Did we tell Eorzea that happened? Okay, I'm assuming no.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers?
You know,
I will suffer this farce no longer.
You know, like, he's not wrong. It's like, wow, what the fuck?
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Eorzea, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away.
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Yeah. Maybe we stop doing genocide? Maybe we stop murdering people? Yeah. So I'm confused. They died and became Ascians, essentially?
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them.
This really is Kingdom Hearts.
We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
There's still a lot about this plotline that I don't fully understand.
Tis a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Okay, so they said that they're like Ascians, they're immortal because they're using crystals of light. I also have a crystal of light. Does that mean I'm immortal? I don't think that's what that means. Also, so they're saying that Hydaelyn Minfilia just wasn't strong enough to save their world from drowning, and that's why she didn't intervene. But them making their world overflowing with light is what gave her a bunch of power.
Thank you, Mimi, for everything.
I'm uncertain if I don't understand because there are things I have yet to learn. Also, this is sad. Or if I'm just not understanding the logistics of how all these powers work. Also, why... So, like, also, Eorzea wanted us all to be together so that I could use my crystal while they were using their crystal to take us to the Station of Awakening. They don't have a body. They've been killed, and instead of returning to the Astral Sea, the place where souls are reincarnated and sent to the source from their world. Words of Darkness. Okay. And then, yeah, also, Eorzea's plan doesn't make sense. So, like, was it just we all needed to use our crystals to transport ourselves to the Astral Sea to talk with Minfilia? What were they planning on using their crystals for before I pulled mine out? What were they even doing? It's Final Fantasy. When enough crystals happen at the same time, plot happens. Yes. And it's in Thanalan again, Minfilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the Warriors of Darkness, too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits the wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then returning to the first, would they not? Mayhap that's their wish. That was my other thing where I was, oh, wind up. We get the wind up Moonbrita, the totally not sex doll. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this is when I know full well there's yet work to be done. The crystals, leave them to me. I'll go back to Zarak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They're not like to notice a lone bard skulking around. But Thancred, you don't have to do this. I know, but I want to. I'll see you with the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papa Limo. They must have finished searching the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with the Warrior of Darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You'd never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even when your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you'd simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I mean, you didn't really betray us that hard. It's like what happened when they gave Hydaelyn the power boost needed to help their world, and it also sounded like Hydaelyn would basically eat the light wrecking in that world, which hopefully is another power boost. Yeah, but it's like, why wasn't she doing that first? Why wasn't she already doing that? Because she clearly already has connections in that world. I don't know. Warriors of Darkness are following along with the Asci's plan to stabilize the world by hosting local tribes with similar primals over and over again, which is drastic. Yeah. Eorzea was going along with the plan to act as a double agent to try and save both the Source and the First. Yes, but the mechanics of saving the Source and the First are confusing to me. Because it's like, we did everything Hydaelyn wanted, and our world ended up getting destroyed, and Hydaelyn's now like, nah, I can fix it. But it's like, but then why... She clearly was already talking with them, so it's like... She was the one who set them on the path to getting the Ascians out of the First in the first place. Meaning she would have known... She didn't be like, oh yeah, by the way, don't, like, do your job too well or your world might start dying. Yeah, I had a feeling, because from what I heard, the little I know about Shadowbringers, spoilers for people who don't want to be spoiled about Shadowbringers, but, like, the little I know about Shadowbringers is that it is an alternate universe shenanigans where you are in a world where that needs more darkness. That's all that I understand, so I'm assuming it's the first, and I'm assuming they'll explain more shit then. But I'm just like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, am I supposed to be confused right now, or am I just not understanding the facts they've laid out for me? Or did you just chat with some dark dudes a few times and then set up you meeting them? That sounds more like what Eorzea did. Even knowing what came of your actions, I find I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. What? Forgive me, I believe with the events of the day taking their toll on me, I should rest a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I will gladly escort thee to a refuge of thine own choosing. Once thy lady has regained their strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Down here? No. Out here? No. Oh, yes. Well met. Alphino said you'd be joining us. 'Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mass camp. Did you perchance find one in Zorak? Yeah, a lot of plot stuff happened. By the way, we haven't even mentioned Minfilia to you guys yet. To believe it, the crystals, Minfilia, all of it. That's just, I don't know what it is. And save their world, and then going, Lamau pranked you. This plan actually destroys your world. Owned. Yeah, but from what I understand, the Warriors of Darkness were Warriors of Light, and they were following Hydaelyn's plans. Unless you're saying that they weren't following Hydaelyn's plans the entire time. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. It was bittersweet, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it's past time Ida and I rejoin the Scions. We've been away for too long. Though I am loath to lead the Griffin to his own devices, I fear the investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions about the many challenges that you've faced in our absence. God, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida, Ralga be praised, it is you. Ida, alive and standing right here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundabald! I fought beside your father in the Revolution! Last 2 patches of Heavensward at this point, I highly recommend before continuing the MSQ, is to go do the raid series of this expansion, as it will have some implications in other parts later down the line, and would probably be his best point to do now, so as both 3.5 and 3.56 are heavily connected and lead right into Stormblood. Okay. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They give us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida was the first of the was always full of fire, even the first to volunteer for a mission. Until that day, she up and vanished. That is, there were rumors, and we feared the worst. But here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. What can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and make you all worry. She doesn't look a day older. It's a long story, but I got involved with my friends here in the Scions. Sorry, we were still the circle of knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was very secretive stuff at the time, and you can see I'm completely fine. I know I've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now we've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we'll visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Pray return to the Rising Stones. Hell's take me for giving you that mask. Okay. Let me see. So the raid series is in Idleshire, yeah? Uplanders seeing it. Giant of iron rising from river. Y'shtola and Cid leave me to learn more, but are not back yet. Greatest plight of Gobbyflock, giant is too big, can squish Idleshire flat. Where are Uplanders? I mean, Y'shtola's been involved in the story. Okay, there's Y'shtola. 'Tis well you're here, for our need is dire. A colossus of seam and steel has risen from Thaliak. Yet it is. I didn't read that block, damn it. For a mercy, it stopped dead no sooner than it had broken the water's surface, but so long as it remains in our realm, it may spring to life at any moment. What does Uplander find near Idleshire? Is wilderness still heavy with ether? Nay, the ether grows perilously thin, more swiftly than I could have imagined. The primal is bleeding the land dry. Should it be suffered to continue, this entire region will become barren waste in a matter of moons. Gobbyflock has only just found home after so long of wanderings. Idleshire will not fall. Slowfix will not allow it. And nor shall we. We've already spoken with Alphino, and he concurs that we, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, must do all in our power to eliminate the threat. Yet, given its size, I deem it wise to attack from two fronts. Our first most obvious recourse is to keep our foe in check with blade and magic, much as we have done with other such adversaries. Second, I propose that we attempt to cut off the flow of ether which sustains it, mayhap by physically separating the primal from the land. If we are to be rid of the Colossus, I think the latter course more promising, and mean to enlist Master Matoya's aid in pursuing it. Yet such things take time. Thus I have asked Master Garland to remain here and keep watch over the foe. Given it's apparently mechanical in nature, his expertise should prove invaluable to you. To you, I say, for I would leave the fate of Idleshire in your hands. Should the primal chance to stir ere my return, you are to join Cid in repelling it. An unenviable task, but one for which you are singularly qualified. Rest assured, I do not mean to linger with Master Matoya any longer than necessary. The moment we find a solution, I shall make haste to rejoin you here. Well then, let us be about our duties. I will leave you to discuss strategies with Cid. Backrix is keeper of knowings for Idleshire. Can say where Cid is gone. Uplanders should start with Backrix. Thank God I decided to go and do all of the Aether Currents. Let me finish up my food really quick. So also, this raid series, I actually should be able to just queue up for, right? Because it's not broken. It really is, though. Like, how do they know it's a primal? Is it just something ether? Because Sid knew immediately that it was a primal. And I'm like, how did you know? Who told you? What is this orb? I've done much pondering about this orb. And that's Alexander. So it's a quick background. It's another recurring summon, yeah. Backrix, keeper of knowings and data. What does Uplander wish to learn about? Uplander comes in search of Sid, yes? Well, he's right there. My thanks for sharing your knowings, Backrix. These Illuminati are indeed most hostile. Ah, missing my old friend. You haven't seen Y'shtola, have you? Drained of all the ether in a matter of moons. 7 hells. How much power does that thing need? Too much, plainly. It sounds as if we have an urgent dismantling job on our hands. From what Backrix has been telling me, the Illuminati are most likely culprits. They have the knowledge to summon a primal, and the requisite short-sightedness not to think better of it. Okay, that's who summoned it. Fanatical captures their philosophy nicely, I think. Their goal being nothing less than the sole ownership of all the world's technology. Needless to say, they're more than willing to kill anyone who stands between them and what they want. Quite how I managed to coax a primal into the hulk of a Sharlayan defense... Quite how they managed to coax a primal into the hulk of a Sharlayan defense mechanism, I don't know, but it looks like they've made themselves a tiny little fortress inside the Colossus. We'll need to contend with them if we're to disable the thing. As for the task itself, simply destroying whatever serves as its engine should do the trick, assuming it is in fact mechanical. But before all that, we'll need to find a way in and through yet another bloody barrier. Barrier is not new. Rose up 3 years ago after ground made shivery shakes. Ruin was freed from riverbed then. Rodox was there, saw with own two eyes. Rodox, sorry, who is daughter of Slowfix? Roundox loves junk more than other gobbies, was collecting them, and is playing now. Look. I'm sorry for interrupting, Roundox, but I need to ask you a question. When the ground shook 3 years ago, did something come bubbling up to the river's surface? Bobbing? Nothing bobbed up, silly Uplander. Ground makes shivery shakes when giant whirlycogs stood, and then magic walls came up too. So it wasn't the tremor that freed the Colossus, it was the Colossus which caused the tremor, and are you absolutely certain you saw it rise from the waters? Seven Hells. I think someone tried and failed to summon it 3 years ago, but was it the Illuminati, or... Brayflox comes to trade tongue flaps, Uplander. Ah, just the goblin. Slowflix tells me you're his resident expert on the Illuminati. Pardon me a moment while I consult with my fellow Uplander. Missing, if I may make a suggestion, I'll speak with Brayflox and then learn what I can of our opponents. In the meantime, could you investigate the Colossus itself? Biggs and Wedge are near where it has landed on the shore of Thaliak. Join them and see if you can make the way inside the machine. And good luck with that barrier. Come to see the Colossus, eh? The chief has us looking for a way in. Of course, there's a bleeding barrier around the thing. Aye, another one. It's always a barrier. So, they're saying that this is not the Primal. The Primal is inside the Colossus. The Colossus was just made by the Sharlians. Unless I have that wrong. Lucky for us, when this big fella came down, its hand clamped onto the shore here, punched a hole in its defenses, and leaving that round portal there unprotected. The trouble is, it's locked and doesn't seem to have a key. For want of a better idea, Wedge is listening to Illuminati Link Pearl communications in hopes they'll mention a trick to opening it. No, okay, it is the Primal. The entire fortress is the Primal. There's one signal coming from inside the giant, and it's always the same pattern. Dee-da, dee-da, dee-dee. I'm certain it's a code. The Illuminati always use coded messages. From what I hear, they've developed a special kind of crystal specifically for transmitting Link Pearl waveforms. If we could get our hands on one, the Chief's decoding machine here should theoretically be able to untangle their meaning. Quite where we'd find a crystal, such a crystal is another matter. Does Uplander know Roundox? She makes a great collection of junk and things. Maybe is keeping Crystal at shortstop? Wouldn't that be a stroke of luck? Just so happens I've been working on means of identifying Crystal in question. Here, take this 3G7001B. Is that supposed to be a word? 3G7001B? Sprinkle that powder on the so-called collection. Look for anything that glimmers. It should contain the material we need. You may have to borrow one of Roundox's treasures, but I'm sure she won't mind if you tell her it's for a good cause. Okay, yeah, so that does, like, beg a question of how the hell it was summoned, because, like, this thing is huge. So it can't just be like... Because I thought, like, oh yeah, if it just was a Sharlian device and they stuck a Primal in it, that's why. But, like, nah. That giant-ass thing is the Primal? That's, like, Bahamut size. That's a problem. He's also asked that you do not ask him again why it's called 3G7001B. But why? I'm gonna Google 3G7001B. Final Fantasy. Oh. No. It's not 3-4G7, it's 3G7. Okay. I'm not... I feel like this is an in-joke I'm not getting. I'm confused. Okay, there's gotta be something there that I'm just not getting. What is... Hello. Hi. Oh, I have to retrieve the stone. What's the plan of doing? Sneaky take. Our treasure belongs to Round Rocks. Need for a good cause. Uplander needs it for Giant of Whirlycogs, but Glowstone is most favored as treasure of Round Rocks. But Uplander must promise to bring it back or Round Rocks is getting very angry. And they are saying they tried and failed to summon it 3 years ago, but there was a thing inside this force field. Like, I thought that there was a building inside this force field. No burns, I see. No reason. Tell me, did that 3G7001B reveal anything? I have my word that I'll get this back to Round Rocks when I finish with it. Now, let's take a listen to what the Illuminati are really saying. Goodness, all that infernal beeping is gone. Now it's a message, clear as day. Let's see. Today's schedule for Gordius. Registration at the 7th bell. Stop. Louse the coral cubs at 3rd bell. Stop. Rest and recuperation at 2nd bell. Repeat. Today's schedule for Gordius. Coral lousing? But I'm sure that was the only message. This has to be some sort of jest. Don't be daft, Wedge. It's another code. You need the proper crystal and the proper knowledge to understand it. Bleeding Illuminati. Should have known it would be so easy. Quite the conundrum you have there. Hello! Are you this quest line's Grahatia? Must be your lucky day. I'll crack the code, assuming we can come to a little arrangement. I'm the treasure hunter by trade, and there's a certain something I want inside the giant. I helped you get inside, you helped me get out with it. A fair deal, no? The name's Mid, by the way. Mide? Charmed, I'm sure. You are aware the interior is almost certainly swarming with Illuminati, yes? Why do you think I came to you? There's strength in numbers, friend. But we must, best we join forces, eh? Now, the words you intercepted are largely gibberish, but paired with the numbers, well, you see, 7, stop 3, stop 2, wasn't it? You, the big one, see the pipes attached to the hatch? There ought to be a valve up there with the hand wheel. Imagine it's a clock and try turning it right 7, left 3, and then back to 2. We did it! We did it! The Illuminati have been announcing a way to enter the Colossus all along. Strange. Well done for cracking the code anyway. I had less success, sadly. I'm afraid Brayflox knows little more than we do about the Illuminati's plan or the Primal. Come, things aren't as bad as all of that. We've found a way inside the machine. We'll just have to learn about it as we go. It's only a massive mammoth after all. Stopping it should be as simple as destroying its core. If we send in a suitably intrepid team of surveyors, I don't see why we can't trace the machine's power back to the very source via the struts and piping. And I know just the man to lead the party. What do you say? And what of me, pray tell? I opened the way for this grand expedition of yours. Surely let's earn me a place in your little band to hunt for my treasure. You did as you promised, and you may do as you will now, but only so long as your treasure hunt doesn't endanger the mission. I'd join you if I could, but there's something... Is no one gonna ask what the treasure is? I need to see it first, and I'll leave Biggs and Wedge here in case of emergencies. Good luck, my friend. Fist of the Father, now accessible. You now have access to the Fist of the Father. Gordius can be accessed via the entrance in the Maker's Quarter. I am assuming that you would like to run the raid with me, Ulu? And also maybe Silver? I don't know how many I'm gonna do. I might stop around midnight. I don't have work tomorrow, so I can just sleep in, but... Is it called that? Hydaelyn's the mother, and this fortress does not seem worthy of the accompanying title. Wow, did Hydaelyn bang a robot? Can I get... How high up can I get here? Alright, and can I just... No, I can't. Okay. I was wondering if I could just stand on it. Can I stand here? No. Don't talk bad about Fortress, Dad. Sounds good. Olympus has pollen. Are these the... Oh, companion, right? Good stuff. Okay. Two different victory chimes at once. Okay. I'm in the voice chat on my server if either of you guys want to hop on over there. Silver, you might have to hop in the waiting room and then I'll toss you over manually. Orb. Hello.
Howdy.
Alexander, Fist of the Father. Oh wait, I have Naval Hard still selected. There we go.
Yeah, the cube is a good mount. I wish I had the cube.
Is it like an event mount, or is it like...
Spoiler.
It's a spoiler mount? Okay, cool.
Exploration.
So, like, does Dragon Dad show up more in later expansion? Like, he's still technically always with you, right? Does he just kind of shut up after Heavensward?
All will be revealed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, you do give Hraesvelgr his eye back, right? Because in the last cutscene, it did look like the eye that was missing in the fight was back.
Yes, you do give the eye back.
Okay.
I don't think anywhere in the game tells you that you did or anything like that.
I think it's just the cutscene where it's obvious that he has the eye that he was missing prior.
Yeah.
I want that mount.
I'm a doctor.
That's what, so like I was planning on, I know Alan's at relatively early Stormblood quests, and I was planning on getting to wherever he is in Stormblood and then trying to do MSQ with him so I have like another person to banter about cutscenes with. And then just in the meantime do like actually level up my scholar to the not level it up, but actually do all of the class quests that I have just been ignoring for scholar, and then maybe just try other classes. I think I want my ult to be a Dark Knight. I have half a mind to buy the story skip for my ult, so that I don't need to. So I don't need to like get all the way to Ishgard to start it once I hit level 30. It's a good rat.
The large rat makes all the rules.
The Fat Chocobo is the one mount that one of my friends like exclusively wants to play Final Fantasy for. Is specifically Fat Chocobo. Okay, so what is the beast tribe with the long snoot. There's the goblins. There's the kobolds, which look like tiny monkeys.
Oh,
I saw one in Limsa, and I'm like, wait, what were you again? I totally forget.
Oh, the Kikern.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's...
Kikaroon, or Kikaroon.
I would need to look up something about that specifically, because I don't know if that relates to something or not.
Well, there's one hanging out in Limsa. I know there's like a couple of Beast Tribe people hanging out in Limsa.
Right.
Yeah,
it has something to do with something else. Don't worry. Like, I'm just thinking like way down.
The level you're skipping all the cutscenes would cut about 3/4 of the time to the level you are alt and get to Ishgard. Thing is, what I'm saying is I want my alt. I kind of want my alt to be a Dark Knight. Dark Knight starts at level 30. You don't get to Ishgard till level 60. So I would need to buy 50. The. Oh yeah. Either way, buying the story skip would still save me time because I wouldn't have to do those levels. I would just be able to go to Ishgard and start the Dark Knight quest at level 30. And, like, I'm intending to do all of my story stuff on here anyway, so I have half a mind to just buy the full story skip for the alts, but I don't know. I'm sort of going through the quests, normally for now because I haven't gotten to the point where where all 3 intro bits rejoin into the same story. And I'm like, oh, it's interesting to see, like, Thancred be here instead of Y'shtola.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine paying more money to not play the game. Yeah, I mean, you know, fair.
Alright, I forgot about the flap.
Oh, it's Big Man.
Hashtag Team Bigfoot.
I'm uncertain what team I want to be on. Like, I think Nessie is compelling because dinosaur. Alien is compelling purely because there are multiple aliens you could draw for splat posts. I've seen Invader Zim, you could draw Sergeant Frog, you could draw Halo, you could draw Mass Effect aliens.
Well, the problem with Team Alien is that's the team that Reddit will be on.
Oh yeah, it took me a bit. Bigfoot I don't have a lot of attachment to, but Big Man is repping it, and I love Big Man, so that automatically puts any of those things up for consideration. I also would say, like, I remember somebody was saying that, oh, this Splatfest has big implications because whatever wins is true. Therefore, if aliens don't win and they eventually find alien life, they would have to kill the aliens because legally the aliens don't exist. And I'm like, the way it's worded doesn't make it sound like any of the answers are mutually exclusive. It's just saying whatever one wins certifiably exists. The others could theoretically exist, but they haven't been proven in a Splatfest, so we still don't know. But, like, if Nessie wins, we know for sure Nessie is real.
I don't know, I always have trouble with that because it does mean that canonically Callie is the better Squid sister.
Oh no, she is. Canonically she is. You can disagree with you can disagree with that. But just by the laws of Splatoon. Just like how the chicken came first, even though scientifically the egg in fact did come first.
Oh, that's a cool gun. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, isn't that the insert thing crafted weapon?
Probably.
Oh, I don't have... Oh, I do. There he is. Faust.
One of the most infuriating enemies from this expansion.
Yeah, get used to this guy. He will be back.
Oh. Well, I can barely see him throughout the particle effects. Oh. He teleported behind me, nothing personnel kid, but now he's dead.
Oh, hey, it's banger time.
Whoa! Rolling around at the speed of sound.
Good luck, have fun, don't die.
We'll try not to. Oh, that's explosions. Oh, there's another one.
Oh yeah, he's gonna blow up.
Oh, that's not great.
It's probably fine.
Oppressor 0.5.
They didn't have quite enough time to finish him, apparently.
But they did have enough time to install a bomb. That was close.
If Dexter's Lab has taught me anything, is that all of your inventions need to have a bomb in them.
And a self-destruct button.
Yeah.
I thought that was just a Doofenshmirtz thing.
Dexter did it before it was cool. Oh, we're already done?
Congratulations, you beat 4-1.
Oh, I'm getting all the things, apparently.
I would recommend just not opening up the chests next time.
Okay, I had a feeling because nobody opened them, which makes me feel like nothing in here is worth anything.
Yeah,
it has
you can
some
trade
value.
it for gear if you really want level 60 gear.
It has some value, but there's just like, it's not worth the hassle. It's not worth the effort. It's just recommended to stick up.
Fair.
There's a
It's
couple
more,
pieces
does it
of it
look
that I like for
cool?
glamours.
Yeah, that's the important part. Expertly done adventure. What have we here? A chest full of things that... Oh! Never mind, that's what you meant. Round Rocks could not stay away. So many new treasures in here. Treasures? You mean the odd bits and bobs? Well, little one, these machina are yours to take. Some of them are rather beautiful, I must admit. What if some of them are forbidden machina? Uplander can tell pretty machines from ugly, like Round Rocks. No harm in adding one more to her company, is there? I'll keep an eye on her. Isn't she a child? I feel like there's slight harm.
It's fine. Alphina's a child, and we still let him fight things.
Yeah, I'm still uncertain about having Alphina with us. Uplanders are unwise to come, but most of all is treasure hunter. What she seeks is not here, not in all of Gordius. She looks very not impressed.
I feel like that's like just kind of a thing with Xyla NPCs. They're just like terminally unimpressed.
There's a cat! He has a cat! I can't hate him!
I like his cool mask. He's very Spiral Knights.
They live and breathe. Quick thinks all thoughts, master of the Illuminati.
I wish they would make goblins a playable race so that I could make my name No Thoughts Head Empty.
Oh god, that would be great. It makes me sad that the goblin mask is very clearly not, like, you can't pass yourself off as a goblin with the goblin headgear, because it's still very clearly, like, a human face underneath it. But also, yeah, No Thoughts Head Empty would be a great goblin name. Guards are backstrapped with boom dust. Uplander shoots everybody kabooms.
I love goblin speak.
Uplander ear catches tongue flaps of Master Enigma Codex for plans making is gone. Illuminati are already undertaking Alexander initiative. Foolish Gobby secrets are kept silent. Tongue flaps never traded with outsiders. Quick Thinks is not ordered so many times. Forgive noise-making of Empty Head. Gobby did not think. Please, Gobby will take any punishment, just not worst one. Uplander is shooting Gobbies. And Boom Dust does not harm Uplander. Blood, Uplander, blood for fallen Gobbykin. Well, yeah, you guys were all the way over there. We weren't gonna die. Now would be a good time to leave. Uplander, what is Enigma Codex? Treasure? Sounds like the title of a JRPG.
And it does.
Yes, young one, my treasure.
Funny thing about the Enigma Codex, it's actually something that came up earlier in the main story quest.
Oh. I probably totally missed it.
Remember when the goblins were, like, doing a whole thing about cheese or something and you had to do a dungeon?
Oh, was the one...
Brayflox's long stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason they care is that the cheese recipe came from the Enigma Codex. And they are all about guarding all information that comes from the Enigma Codex, because it contains things ranging from cheese recipes to how to make Alexander run.
Face to face with the head of the Illuminati. It sounds like you had quite an adventure. This Alexander initiative has got me wondering. Do you reckon it might be the giant's name? No sign of the core, though, eh? Well, we'll have to look further in. I'll let the chief know, anyway. I'll be happy to hear Mid and Round Rocks are safe, too. Those two haven't stopped talking about machines since they got back. I can't say I've ever thought of that junk as pretty, but to each their own. Ready to have another go at finding the Giant's core? Wedge, could you... Oi, Wedge, stop listening to that bloody link pearl. We barged through the Illuminati's front door. They know we've broken their code. But I've just this moment intercepted new communication. If you give me a moment to... There, it says, death to Uplanders, death to Uplanders. I think we might have started a war.
I wonder what that could mean.
That's probably fine. Cuff of the Father, now accessible.
I wonder who that's meant for.
No idea. I think they mean death to Nidhogg. I don't think they got the message that we finished that. Like that's already done. Enter Cuff of the Father. Which I just need to queue us up for.
Remember to unqueue us up for the other thing.
Will do. They're right next to each other, so it's easier to remember. No, yeah, once I'm caught up on the story and I'm gonna pump the brakes on the story a bit, then I will do all of the scholar quests I've been lagging on, and then I'll hopefully be able to queue for things faster because I can queue as a scholar. Done though, you yourself noted throwing the eyes in a hole is less permanent sounding solution than just smashing them to paste. Yeah, I mean... I was also slightly worried that there was that one Warrior Darkness guy who was ominously looking out over the chasm, but he's gone back to his homeworld and is dead, question mark? So, like... I guess he's not trying to get him.
Well, dead in the sense that he just doesn't have a physical body, but...
That's why there's the question mark. Just like how Minfilia is dead, question mark.
A ghost all along. I, for one, think that we should solve more plot-relevant problems by throwing things in chasms.
There's not enough chasms. And we can't keep reusing the one in Ishgard.
It just becomes a garbage dump. This is not what they had in mind when they rejoined the Alliance.
Why don't we find one really big chasm and push Alexander into it?
What if we just took Zodiark and pushed him somewhere else? Garbage dump for Doomsday devices. Now, I think that's Coils of Bahamut. Okay, yeah, also, does the story explicitly reference Coils of Bahamut the way that it did earlier? If you didn't do Coils of Bahamut?
Certain things will, which is very funny.
Because, like, when Alice showed back up again, Alphinaud was like, God, I can't believe that we were out killing Bahamut together. Like, that's so crazy to think that we did all those things.
So, the game will reference things that you've done if the character is relevant to that. Like, whenever you do a quest or anything like that, it puts flags behind the scenes sort of deal. So, if you do certain events before other events, you get bonus content.
There we go. Look out.
I think one of my favorite cases of those I've seen is that there's at least one, like, wartime scene where, like, if you've leveled a healer, it actually, like, loops you into, like, caring for the wounded during the cutscene. It's cool.
That's neat. Because I am constantly being like, you know I know Physic, right? And Asuna?
Those are a DPS loss, so they would never expect you to use them. Those things are Alphinaud's job.
But,
is Alphinaud always a healer, or if you're playing a healer, does Alphinaud be DPS?
It depends on the duty in particular. I don't know because I never did the
NPCs.
Yeah, I never did the trusts for like this early on.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure he's always a healer.
But characters will denote whether or not they can like be more than one role. Later down the line, you'll run into people that can be like all three or just. I forgot how rough this first tier was. From like a design standpoint, at least.
Yeah, this is very, they hadn't quite figured out what they wanted to do with normal raids.
Yeah.
Like, they figured it out more than they did with Bahamut, but they still didn't quite have it.
Oh, are we in, what's the camel? What's the camel's name? Was the camel Vandaboris?
Yeah.
Okay, we're in Vandaboris.
Can't we just run past these enemies? Yes, we can. Just run past them and jump down the chute.
Yeet.
Bad news. The paladin took a little long to jump down the chute and nearly died.
Oh.
Oh, word.
So is Eorzea also functionally Dark Knight?
No. At this point, Eorzea was the show off of a new class for the next expansion. That being Red Mage.
Oh, Red Mage. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
At that point, it would have been announced that Red Mage was one of the new classes. I'm pretty sure at least. That would have been 3.4. Okay. So, welcome to the boss.
Congratulations, it's goblins.
The occasional map.
Oh, and that's Faust, right? Or no, it's Jagdal.
It's close. It's close, but yeah, not quite.
It has the same moves, so it's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna have to do some dancing now because no one's in the god blockers.
No one's what?
There's tanks over here that you would want to do. You would want to utilize them, but people have to know like how to utilize them, and they're not needed anymore. Yeah, one person is.
Yeah, but bold of you to assume I know what to do with it.
You're just wanting to drag the bombs away from people. That's all you do with it.
Yeah, but I can also fire these, like, cool shots that don't seem to actually do anything.
Yeah, they don't. They need to be the bearer of bad news.
Anyway. The good news is that only I exploded.
Yay, we did it. Oh. Team
I got
Rocket's
hit a little
blasting
bit,
off
but-
again. Is that guy in the outfit the mechanic in Final Fantasy XV wears?
I really like the music for Alexander. It's catchy.
Yeah. Uplander's amazing. Uplander's stronger than 10 gobbies.
How many gobbies would a tank be equivalent to? I'm pretty sure there was definitely more than 10 of them.
There you are, old friend. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever find you. Biggs' account left something to be desired, so I thought it best to see the interior with my own eyes.
Yeah, Sid's always like, wow, I know I'm a non-combatant, but I really wanted to look inside this death machine, so I'm here now.
Treasure hunter through and through. Tell me, what exactly do you hope to find here? Ever heard of the Enigma Codex? It's a book of ideas written some 100 years past, the life's work of one of the greatest technologists ever to draw breath.
And basically it's Da Vinci's notebook.
Within its pages is found a myriad of wonders, from designs for machina that could operate ceaselessly for centuries to novel ways of culturing cheese. Even a fragment of the book could bring a king's ransom. Forbidden machina. Most remarkable of all are the plans for a walking citadel. It was to be a beacon of logic and reason for all the world. A walking citadel? 7 hells. We're standing in it, aren't we? This Illuminati's primal took the form of that idea. But I sense that none of this is news to you. You've read it then? This Enigma Codex? The design catered for every needful thing, from warm beds to crops of grain. Its occupants would never have need to leave, and all in a fortress on feet, impenetrable and ready to move at a moment's notice. The citadel was meant to bear the most brilliant scholars and artificers of the age to all 4 corners of the world, that they might set about unraveling the mysteries of creation. And this utopia, the shining seat of erudition, was to be called Alexander. If Roundrocks lived in Walking Castle, Roundrocks could collect treasures from everywhere. Indeed you could, little one. And anything you found, be it junk, forgotten teachings, or lost secrets, would be yours for the taking. And what exactly would the Illuminati do with all this knowledge? They would use it to take control, most likely. Create a world ruled by a few chosen scholars, unless I'm mistaken, that's why the Illuminati exist. Bloody fanatics take a perfectly good idea and make it into an object of faith. What could possibly go wrong? I can well imagine how a people who have spent decades carrying their homes on their backs might crave a home that could carry them. How such a place could seem like a utopia. We're not talking about a machine here, we're talking about a primal, and primals will be the death of us all. I trust you'll be ready when things come to a head. Utopia is happy place. Where is this junk aplenty? Roundrocks is happy. Where is very happy place of Mid? Mead? How am I supposed to pronounce her name? Wherever he is.
Oh, very brooding and mysterious.
It just sounds amazing. A walking citadel is one thing, but a self-sustaining walking citadel? Genius. It's a pity the Illuminati had to go make a bleeding primal out of it. From what I understand, this Alexander was active for no more than a few seconds. That's seconds, and it nigh drained the hinterlands of Aether. Imagine what it'd do if it wandered the whole bleeding world. I don't think Roundrocks realizes how much danger we're in here. Too busy hunting for new treasures. Probably for the best, though, eh? Tinker, Seeker, Soldier, Spy. Got ourselves a problem, but don't worry, the chief has a plan. Speaking of whom... Oh, I didn't read that one. So we know the Illuminati have managed to establish a base inside the Colossus, meaning they must also have found a way to pierce the magic barrier. Assuming that's the case, we have, what need have they to use the only a hatch which the barrier doesn't protect? And why do they go through the trouble of sending coded messages on how to unlock it? The answer? Spies. I believe Illuminati gave an agent outside the Colossus, most like in Idleshire itself, who was using the hatch as a back door. Now, this agent will know we've broken the code, and that this hatch is constantly watched, so he won't be able to use it for some time. As such, he'll doubtless be desperate to re-establish contact with the inside. And that's why I've cleared the area around the Giant's Hand. All we need to do now is wait and watch, and follow whoever makes a dash for the hatch. Link Pro call from Redbricks. He says, Brayflox went inside. She can't be... I didn't realize Brayflox was a girl. It must be an impersonator. Chief, whoever you met earlier was a spy. Quick, you gotta go after her. Arm of the Father now accessible.
The arms.
Arms of the Father. Okay. Join. So, one of my friends also said, when I was saying, like, oh, it feels like being, I told one of my friends, it feels like being a summoner or scholar is canon because, I think specifically I said summoner because twice my class teachers were in the story and they made reference to it. And then they mentioned that Estinian is the Dragoon class teacher. Which I must be weird if you start being a Dragoon in the latter half of Heavensward.
I mean, it's especially weird because for a good chunk of the Dragoon questline, he is a bad guy.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, each expansion has, like, a handful of, like, classes that people would say are, like, have very key moments involved in it.
Yeah, like, Shadowbringers is very much the Dark Knight expansion.
With, there's one moment where I was very proud to be a warrior.
Go up. Orb!
Orb. Oh, it's this guy.
The Guild Breaker.
I have a
Pepsi
small
Man,
raid group
my
that's getting to
beloved.
this guy soon, so we're going to have a fun time.
What? Rolling
The
around
savage version of this fight is slightly notorious.
It literally broke FC's apart in some cases. Try to be away from the front of the boss, by the way. The boss does cleave this as well.
Is that a heart?
It's a hand.
Oh, okay. Ah! No! I'm out. Okay, I'm good. We got this. I played Smash Brothers before.
But you just got wrung out.
Yeah, it's fine.
You just lost Ace off. Not all of them.
Yeah. Oh, now he. Oh. There were two for a second. I thought he summoned Crazy Hand.
Well, he did. What is that?
There we go.
So people know they're magnets.
How do those things work?
Yeah, it's the raids so far. Maybe it's just because they've been out. The ones I've done have been out for so long, and everyone's so crazy high leveled and whatnot. But like, they've all felt shorter than normal dungeons.
They are. Kind of the direction that they go with them over time is that they're hard trials.
So, yeah, there's a couple of things. One, because it's older content, scaling doesn't work 100%. You're technically getting scaled to like what would have been BIS for the expansion at that point, which is not what the fight would have been designed for anyway. And even when it was current, it would have only lasted about 10 minutes at most, whereas a dungeon is going to last around 15 to 20 depending.
That's why I'm just surprised, because at first I thought it was like, oh, the Bahamut ones are fast, but that's just because we're literally blazing through them. But
yeah, like I mentioned, it's one of those things where it's like they were kind of figuring out what they wanted to do with it. So like the first several stages of Alexander here, it does a lot of like, it's like a little mini dungeon with a boss at the end. And later they kind of start forgoing the mini dungeon part, because the only part that you're really showing up for is the boss.
God, we found it. Good. Knowings of missing piece are with Illuminati. Oh no! God, we did well indeed. Is this how you treat those who please you? Now is realm in chaos, broken, machine with too many parts, but Illuminati plan need one thing, missing piece to bring world order, give world harmony, make world perfect. And what are those who don't find your vision of perfection? How many must die to pay for your utopia?
7.
Don't you see? You summon a goddamn primal. It will devour the aether of every land you visit until Heidelin and everything on it is dead. Inside Fortress of Illuminati, Chosen will live on. If inferior outside die for progress, so be it. This is the cost of seeking for knowings. Hells take you when you're damn seeking. Wise uplanders find happiness in Illuminati rule. Unwise uplanders, utopia does not need. So it's obey or die then. Whole concept is grotesque. No, Sid, like the rest of the ideas set out in the Enigma Codex, Alexander is wonderful in itself. Perfect even. But in the rush to realize its ideals, even the best of us can be led astray. Oh, so once upon a time, these Illuminati were starry-eyed philanthropists, is that it? And it was only after they got their hands on your perfect bloody codex that they turned into vicious killers? Tell me, was there any passage in particular that convinced them to abandon their last shred of empathy? I cannot speak for the precise contents of the codex, not anymore, but I haven't forgotten everything I read. I think I can stop the core if you can get me close enough. You think you can, or you know you can? And what of its location? The cat's just bopping around during dramatic dialogue. Yes. Somewhere in the trunk. How close we are to that, I can't say. Round rocks can say. 2 paces of round rocks are 1 yalm, so by count of round rocks, chest of whirlycog giant is only a little further. Clever girl, you've been measuring how far we've come in from the start. Alright, I propose we withdraw for the time being. I don't know what will happen when we reach the core, but I do know that we'll be better equipped to deal with it if we're well rested and ready for anything.
Maybe go outside to turn in 1 quest and pick up another one.
All should be well enough. I like how the edgy new party member we got for the first set of raids had red hair, and this edgy party member we get now has blue hair. She's different. No one should have the power to choose who lives and who dies. The idea is too vile, too insidious to be left unchallenged. We have to act. If we don't, Alexander will awaken and the Illuminati will be unstoppable. Make no mistake, it's now or never.
So that means in the Stormblood raid, you're gonna get an ally that has yellow hair.
Oh man.
Or maybe green hair, depending on your definition of color.
I think I have the knowledge required to shut down the giant's core, but if I'm to reach it, I'll need you to lend me your strength. Well, really, the Illuminati's latest message is, it's, I'd say it's unsuitable for polite company. I should be much obliged if you teach those privy mouths, savages some manners. The burden of the father is now accessible.
Oh no, the Illuminati has really stooped to a new low. Not only are they going to destroy the planet, but now they're sending wedge slurs. They have to be stopped.
Oh, that was fast. Orb.
Oh, I remember doing this as Blue Mage. That was fun.
I like how that guy's just in knight armor but has a cap.
Going for the nice hill from here, eh? Spell number 69. I'm under quarantine, guys. I'm sorry. I'm bad.
Good. Keep your social distance.
Okay, apparently I spent enough time.
I have lasers locked onto me. I should probably kill the thing doing that.
No, it's you're supposed to stand still so people can pick up the tethers from you.
Oh, okay.
Tethers are the other thing that destroys guilds.
I don't want to be right about tethers. I've been trying to do top, and the amount of arguments I've gotten out of Jet and tethers is astounding.
I'm assuming this trial is nothing but this boss fight?
Yep.
Yeah.
And this boss is so forgettable, they don't even use it for...
They don't even what?
The ultimate version of this raid series doesn't show up.
Oh. Interesting.
Careful with the Nisis, by the way. If you have one, don't mix them. They're spreading.
Careful with the what?
You see how there's red and blue debuffs on the party list right now? If you have red, make sure you're not touching anybody, or vice versa.
Oh, okay.
If you get both of them, you die immediately.
Yeah, like that.
People are just spreading with your chaos.
I need to turn the game volume down a tiny bit. Sins of the Fallen.
And then it blows up.
We don't look at explosions. So many of us are Mikote. I just noticed the synchronized victory pose.
Got time.
Delayed o'clock.
orb. We're here, and none worse for wear, so if you need another pair of hands, just say the word. This is the heart of the machine, eh? I knew I should have brought a bigger hammer. Not that I'll be needing it, of course. Isn't that right, Mid?
Just punch it.
Punch it. Look! Yeah, where were you while I was fighting that boss fight? And can I have your cat? Greater are knowings in brain cases of unwise than quick thinks believe. Greater are knowings in brain cases of unwise than quick thinks believed. Perhaps quick thinks judge too quickly. Perhaps Illuminati should study Uplanders. Is it before the eyes of Gabi? Good, do not fail. Illuminati have no use for failing Gabis. End of Gabi's long wanderings is close. Something isn't right. Something isn't right at all. The way Quickthink spoke, you'd think he'd won. He didn't seem too bothered, that's for sure. Do you think he might have planned for us stopping Alexander's core? What was it the chief said again about the Illuminati finding what they needed to complete their plan? Something along the lines of a missing piece, I thought. What if Quickthink's his honor guard, the two dolts who were ever at his side? Why aren't they here? The Illuminati must surely have known we were coming. What could be more important than protecting their leader? You don't think he sent him to Idleshire, do you? While our backs were turned, like? That would be... Come on! So, like, shouldn't Alexander be disappearing now that it's dead?
It should be.
Giant
but alas, it is not.
Uplanders succeeded. Never mind that, man. Did the Illuminati come? Is Idleshire safe? How does Uplander know? Yes, many Illuminati came to take stuff's Gabi flock. Great was chaos, but suddenly Illuminati go and take only junk not worth jingly shine. They came barging in, ready to start a war, and they scarfed a handful of bleeding junk? Hold on a minute. Where were they last seen? Ripbrick thinks near the shortstop. Round rocks, come on. I'll go and find Chief. He'll know what to do. Thank you. Uplanders are gone too long for comfort of red brick. Shortstop is place of clashings with Illuminati. Illuminati are up to no good. Maybe using confusion to do foul things. Uplander must go see. Make sure all is well. Yo. Is everything as still as we found it? They haven't come back, have they? They're gone for now, and everyone seems to be fine, physically at least, but Round Rocks. All gone. The Illuminati took everything. I'm glad she was off collecting trinkets with Backrix when they came. I daren't think what might have happened had she been here. Come, come, little one, dry your tears. One thief, unconscious. We found him lurking near the edge of town, not far from your treasure, Round Rocks. Uplander brings treasures home. Thanks, Uplander. Many, many thanks. Is one of those books the Enigma Codex? It was Big's little one. He had a feeling a few soldiers might be lurking around, waiting to ambush us, and this is what we stumbled onto when we went to look. But why did the Illuminati take Round Rocks' collection in the first place? Surely that can't have been their goal. Wouldn't be so sure. Were I to guess, I'd say the Illuminati believed something they wanted was hidden amongst Round Rocks' pile of trinkets. Rather than waste time sorting through them, they decided to take the lot, but they subsequently realized they didn't have what they were looking for. They crept back into town to wait for the chance to seize whatever it was they actually wanted. What if bad gobbies want most favoritist treasure of Round Rocks, one that is safe with Uplanders? You mean the glowstone that Missing borrowed? But of course, it's been sticking in my decoding machine all along. Round Rocks would be sad without pretty glowstone. It's special treasure from near Old Castle. Rusty one was left by Uplanders from before. What do you mean before? Round Rocks, were you near Charlian Ruins when the metal giant first appeared? Round Rocks saw Whirlycog Giant stand 3 years ago, but was only for a little bit, and big gobbies do not believe Round Rocks. 3 years ago, when someone tried and failed to summon the Primal. A fragment of the Codex. Of all the places in the realm. Only a fragment of the original? So that crystal must be the Illuminati's missing piece. So the Codex is in a book.
I think it's both. I think it's a book that's made of crystals.
And also the friends we made along the way. We may have stopped the Primal and taken their prize, but our foes are not about to admit defeat. They'll be back and out for blood like as not. We got you, and I'm sure you'll be ready for the onslaught when it comes. Might I suggest you make merry till then? Round Rocks is happy. Many friends worry. Think of Round Rocks. Uplander is one. Round Rocks. Thanks, kind Uplander. Let me chime in as well. Round Rocks' home needed protection, and you provided it. Not many would do that, and certainly not in the face of a Primal. You have my thanks also. Mid help Round Rocks too. Uplanders have good hearts and kind. Only so many of us find Machina pretty, my dear. We have to stick together, don't we? Did Mid always like Whirlycogs and Biddy Bobs? Not like you, Round Rocks, my love. He adored the things, inventing, building, and tinkering with them. Mid always touches hurt mark when remembrancing. Do I? I suppose I do. Those times were something else, little one. My friends and I, we were lost in our dream. We thought to put back the pieces of broken world with logic, reason, and technology. And we were certain we could do it, too. I hadn't much skill with thinking up things or making them, but I helped in my small way, and that feeling of aiding someone else's dream, sharing it, it washes over you like a wave of happiness. I never felt that way since. Now it all seems so far away, even the memories, I feel like I dreamed them rather than lived them. Enough of that. Round Rocks is right, adventurer. You're a kindly soul. Keep an eye on our girl till we next meet, will you? Friend to entrust is really important. Roundrox thinks long and hard on what to do with precious glowstone. It is most favoritist treasure of Roundrox, but glowstone is also what Mid seeks all this time. It has already brought Roundrox 3 whole years of joy, so Roundrox decides to give it to Mid, so she can be happy too. For now, Roundrox entrusts the treasure to Uplander to give to Mid at next meeting. Even meanest gobbies dare not try and take glowstone from mighty Uplander. Roundrox does not know where Mid is now, but she often gazes out on giant of whirlycogs for unbroken watercross. Maybe Uplander finds her there. What primal did the goblins summon again? The kobolds are Titan, Amalja are Ifrit, the Ixol are...
This is the goblins primal. They didn't have one before.
Oh, okay. I thought that they did because I was like, oh, we've dealt with goblins before.
Yeah, but they didn't have a primal, just mechs. And now they have a primal that is a mech. Good for them.
Where am I going? I'm going... Search for Mid and deliver... Yeah, but where's the... Oh, over here. God, it's so nice to be able to fly here now.
Yeah, this is, I think, bar none, the most inconvenient map in the game. Or zone, or whatever you want to call it.
Especially all of the bridges that are broken.
I believe it's the only, like, main game, like, area that doesn't have an aetherite in it. You have to just go to Idleshire and walk out.
From afar, the mass of steel has a certain majesty, does it not? But something tells me you didn't come here just to share the view. What is it? Roundrox means to give me the Codex fragment. I couldn't possibly accept. She values the stone over the rest of her treasures combined. We were having like a moment, and then suddenly dramatic battle music starts. Yeah, it might be safer in the hands of one more capable defending it. It's safer for all concerned. Gods know the Illuminati will stop at nothing to get it. Very well, if she feels I should have it, I will hold on to it for safekeeping for her. Important section broken from Roundrock's prized treasure, entrusted to none other than you. Alas, it's of no more use to me than any other rock. You doubtless recall the moment when Roundrox first revealed the Codex fragment to us, yes? When she took the stone into her hands, a piece of the Enigma Codex burst forth unbidden in a brilliant flash of light. Yet it had been handled many times by others, yourself included, without ever betraying a hint of the secret contained within. Did you not find that strange? I myself was surprised, albeit for a different reason. The Codex is protected by an arcane mechanism, you see. Only those who share its fundamental principles are able to view its contents. It's rare indeed to find an individual with qualities required to read it. That Roundrox possesses such qualities is an unexpected blessing, which also means she's going to be kidnapped later for her skills. To be sure, but the Illuminati were to learn of her secret, she'd be placed in grave danger. Even as we speak, they scour the hinterlands in search of their elusive missing piece, but as far as I know, they still view our friend as a mere collector of misplaced items. For her sake, we must do our utmost to draw attention away from Big West Shortstop before they take it into their hands to return, and for that reason I mean to leave this place when the Illuminati learn that I have the fragments, and I hope that they will focus their efforts on ascertaining my whereabouts. Needless to say, I may not return to Big West Shortstop for some time. While I'm God, I would ask that you watch over Round Rocks. See that she does not come to harm. You have my thanks, adventurer. As I thought, I'm no longer worthy. If you don't want the Illuminati to get the hold of it, have you considered throwing it into the abyss?
Yeah, we know a great chasm for throwing things into.
Important plot things you don't want people to have. There's a chasm. Ved searches for Uplander with much urgency. Uplander must return to Big West Shortstop at once. But yeah, that makes sense. I knew we'd dealt with goblins before, but I was like, I can't for the life of me remember what it was. Yeah, the fact that they didn't have one makes a lot of sense. The Illuminati are getting ready for something big. Yashola reports that Alexander has started drawing massive amounts of ether from the surrounding land, which can only mean one thing. The Illuminati have resumed their attempts to revive it. And what's more, Backrix reports that goblins are amassing substantial quantities of explosives and supplies. By all indications, they're building another weapon. In short, it's bad. But it's nothing a bit of strategic thinking can't fix. They say that he who strikes first strikes last. And that's exactly what I intend to do. I devised a plan that should allow us to take the Illuminati unaware, and I'd like to see you spearhead the assault. A rendezvous point is to the south on the cliffs overlooking Daliak. Biggs has gone ahead to scout the area. We shall await your arrival there. Good to see you. I take it Wedge told you the situation. You ready to hit the Illuminati where it hurts? That's what I like to hear. Chief will be here soon, and then we can get things underway. Oh, there's another hatch on top there. Bloody hells, if it ain't Y'shtola, no one told me you were coming. An etheric disturbance of this scale demands my personal attention. Judging by the marked fall in ambient aether concentrations, the situation is far graver than previously assumed. And you're certain the steel monstrosity is to blame? I can see no other explanation. The giant's innards are well nigh saturated with ether already. Yet he said something else, an irregular energy coming from within the barrier. Yeah, can we talk about that barrier? What is that barrier? Afraid we have more pressing concerns. The Illuminati are up to something, and we mean to hit them before they can put whatever it is they're planning into action. To which end, allow me to introduce my newest and perhaps most astounding invention, the Electro Jammer 3, first of its kind. Speechless with astonishment, I see. As well you should be. The high-frequency waves emitted by this device will interfere with any and all enemy communications, making it impossible for them to coordinate an effective defense. With it working in our favor, victory is all but assured. I see. So, assuming I've understood correctly, you need only activate this electro jammer of yours, and the Illuminati will be plunged into disarray, affording Missing and his friends ample opportunity to take them unaware. Very well. Proceed. Wedge, is that supposed to happen? Bloody hells. You've woken it up. Nay, only the left arm stirs. Could the waves emitted by your device have disturbed something within the barrier wedge? It's not my fault. Not to worry, Wedge. With the Illuminati hard at work reviving the giant, it was only a matter of time before parts of it started springing to life. You've just given us one little extra nudge. On a brighter note, it would seem you've saved us the trouble of finding another way in. Old friend, it's time for your customary heroics. Illuminati are likely scrambling to work out what just happened. Before they do, I suggest you hop across the river and show them what for. I must needs discuss these developments with Master Matoya. Sid, would you be so kind as to accompany me? Your insights will prove useful. Another core stirs to life. The future unfolds exactly as expected, exactly as written. I like how he just has a cat. Uplander feels shivery shakes, arm of steel giant is wide open, and no Illuminati in sight. This to the sun now accessible. Is the last set of trials going to be? Were the first set of trials the Father, this set of trials the Son, and the last set of trials the Holy Spirit?
Basically.
It's Father, Son, and Creator.
It's also a different naming scheme in general, because we run out of arms. He only has the two fists.
Yeah, but then you do the face, I'm assuming, because there's another thingy on his face that isn't through the barrier yet. Also, like, man, I would appreciate it if they at least mentioned the barrier. I would like to know what it is, or at least know that the characters I'm interacting don't know what the barrier is. It's just a thing that's kind of here, and nobody's really brought it up substantially, but it feels like it's an important thing.
I don't know, it's just some, like, classic Alexander barrier magic. I don't know what to tell you.
Because it's like, is it keeping Alexander in, or is it keeping us out from Alexander?
Maybe both.
It was also already there before Alexander popped up.
You will notice there's a lot of weird things about Alexander.
Yes. I just want characters to acknowledge the things are weird, is the thing. Nobody's acknowledging that it's weird.
I don't think, in context, big magical barriers are that weird.
But you want to ask where they came from.
Came from Alexander.
Did they, though? Do we know that? It was there before Alexander popped up.
There's rocks in it.
Yeah, that adds more questions. Did the barrier explode this section of the river? It does seem very spherically divided.
Like kick size fixed.
This mount reminds me of a Suezo.
I have worse mounts.
That is an amazing mount. What are you talking about?
It's a war crime.
So, first series of raids was Bahamut. Second series was Crystal Tower?
No. Alliance raid.
Okay,
So-
that's different. They're different
Yeah.
things. Okay. Because I was comparing this to Crystal Tower at first, and now I'm realizing they're different things.
Yeah, they are very different things. There is an Alliance raid series for every expansion. However, they tend to not be tied into things more closely related to the MSQ.
With Crystal Tower kind of being the exception.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I don't know if they were really expecting Redacted to happen at Redacted.
I really need to get myself a picture.
They're fun to make. At some point, I'm going to get bored and hyperfixate on just doing a picture for like every class.
Aha! You thought one boss was tough, now there's two of them.
Oh no.
This is getting out of hand.
Well, no, I think we're at least in the forearm at this point. Oh, are they gonna explode?
Oh, and here's the upgraded boss.
Time once again for seeking the peace of reason. Oh, it's the best boss name in the game. It's just a guy.
Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got places to go.
Oh, hopefully we
Twinkle Dings! Oh god.
Ow.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, I'm just gonna... I know that I'm in the middle of a boss fight. Let me just... There. Okay. Ah, a bird!
That's probably fine.
I'm a bird now.
Alright, somebody knows what's up. That's good.
I'm just having to play the weird game.
Oh, do I need to summon Carbuncle again? No, he's still here.
Oh, he's getting big again.
Does that say Ratfinks Twinkle Dinks? Yes, it does.
We need to get in the purple.
In the purple?
Sure. In the purple, you need to be bird.
Oh yeah. Bird up.
Okay, we can stop being bird now.
How do you stop being bird?
You wait like a couple of seconds, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you can't manually cancel this buff, I checked.
You can bird up, but you can't bird down.
And this is where I get stunned. And I get hit for quite a bit. Oof. Oof.
Ooh. Gobbledygook. I was going to say that looks very Nina and Alexander, but then I realized this is Alexander.
The bombs are back.
Let's see where we send them. Okay.
That works.
Just need to go in a direction away from us.
Oh. I'm dead.
Yeah, you're a little too close to the bombs.
Oh. I'm alive again. Oh, I have to resummon Carbuncle, I believe.
This is gonna be bad.
It's fine.
Hopefully the bomb loses. Okay.
Everything worked out.
Getting a little dicey.
We're okay.
Only one of us died.
Well done, lad. You left those Illuminati smarting and without so much as a scratch to show for it. Now, I'm sure you'd like to finish them off, and we would too, if truth be told, but I'm sorry to say we have a problem. While Wedge and I were out on patrol, we saw something, you see, a meeting between Mid and the enemy. Then she handed the Codex fragment over, just like that. The way she sauntered back to Alexander with the Illuminati, you'd think this was their plan all along. It certainly looks that way, aye, but we can't rule out the possibility of coercion, considering the parties involved. Foolish Uplanders, Treasure Hunter was happy to give Codex, and why not? She buys deals with Illuminati since very beginning. And now Illuminati hold all the fragments of the Enigma Codex. Treasure Hunter betrays Uplanders' trust and forfeits their future in so doing. What a load of old bollocks. How daft does he think we are? Now, Biggs, if the Grandmaster of Illuminati said it, it must be true. Everything is as written, as it must be. If Illuminati are to guide chosen to peaceful world, not one piece can be out of place. With this, another page becomes reality. When Illuminati find missing piece, the prophecy will be fulfilled. We're just letting him leave. Goblin has the faintest idea how Uplanders' minds work. I would have been prepared to believe that Mid was a traitor, had he not bothered to come and confirm it. Now I'm inclined to think she isn't. Maybe truth to what Quickthink says. Backrick scours over data looking for knowings of what happened 3 years ago. Backrick finds messages of a group of Ori treasure hunters. 3 years ago, group went to investigate ruins of Thaliak River only to perish in sudden shivery shakes. 3 years ago, you say? Wouldn't that be the earthquake that accompanied the failed summoning of the Primal, would it? Bugger me, and you're saying it was treasure hunters doing the summoning, and that Mid was one of them? Hold on a moment. I'm willing to accept that Mid may have been a member of this doomed expedition, she being an Ori treasure hunter and all, but I failed to see what interest such a group would have in the ideals of the Enigma Codex, let alone summoning a primal. Such was question Backrix asks himself. So he spends much time gathering knowings and finds answers in book lent to him by Charlie, an Uplander. Genius technologist who writes Enigma Codex 100 years ago was Eorzea with blue hair, exactly like Mid. No, Mid would never make buys deals with bad gobbies. Round Rock searches for Mid. Here's truth from her. Give me money. Exactly how many times have you been face to face with the Illuminati leader but not just blasted him with Ruby Ruin? Yeah, yeah. If you're worried about Round Rocks, don't be. Wedgel won't let her come to any harm. Truth be told, I'm more worried about this business with Mid. Still, we should be careful making any rash decisions, so you can bet that's what the Illuminati want. For now, I reckon we should give her the benefit of the doubt. Innocent till proven guilty and all that. And anyway, we've got more pressing matters to deal with, namely taking back the Codex fragment and pushing into Alexander before the Illuminati have a chance to shore up their defenses. You ready for another round? Good. The sooner you get going, the better, I reckon. And while you're in the belly of the beast, be sure to break something for me, eh? Cuff of the Sun now accessible. I like how they're like, don't worry, Wedge probably can keep Round Rock safe, and it's like every single time I have met Wedge in this game, he has been cowering in fear of enemies.
Yeah, but that just means that he knows how to help her also cower. Like, his success rate at cowering has been very high. I need to do those quests, but I've been working on leveling crafters.
What quests?
Crafting quests.
Yeah, I have not been. I don't care for crafting at all.
Fair.
I will let other people do crafting and just buy things.
Yeah, I've just been doing like all of the Beast Tribe crafting quest lines at the same time. And honestly, they have cute storylines. I like them.
Yeah, I have not been doing any of the Beast Tribe stuff. I really should.
Recommendation, you probably want to skip the AR ones. They're a little rough.
Okay. I'm sad that there's no Numu mascot outfit. I would love to be able to make a character that's a Numu.
Well, just because one isn't out yet doesn't mean they won't have.
So, Ivalice is a raid series?
An Alliance raid series, yes.
Okay.
Evilise. Yeah.
Evilise. I've heard it pronounced both ways, but I think Evilise is the canon one.
Ivalice.
But if Tidus is the canon way of saying things, then I don't need to be canon. And that's Shadowbringers?
Mm-hmm.
Evilise is the Shadowbringers Alliance raid?
No, it's not. It's the Stormblood.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the Heavensward one is like Sky Pirates.
Yeah.
You're saying Numu. I always thought it was New Mao. I think it's New Moo, like cow. But I could be wrong. Do they pronounce it in Final Fantasy XII? I never played 12, but that's the one voice-acted Ivalice game. Honestly, I would have liked an MMO set entirely in Ivalice. All of the Ivalice races are the best. I should honestly play Tactics Advance again at some point. I never actually finished Tactics A2. It didn't super grab me, despite the fact that the main character of Tactics A2 has the most realistic reaction to winding up in a fantasy world, which is like, this is cool, I'm not gonna worry about getting home for a while. I'm in a fantasy world. I just want to play as a Banga or a Long Moogle. Is that what you call the Ivalice Moogles? Long Moogles? Banga are very good too. Banga are up there in top Final Fantasy races. Ivalice just has, like, the collection, like, the most good Final Fantasy races, I think, of, like, all their worlds. Ivalice is very good.
I'm just having fun throwing my rainbow powder.
Hey, this looks oddly familiar.
Almost like he's got two cuffs, one on each side.
And they also learned their lesson.
We can't just run past them?
No, we can't run past them this time around. They're like, no, you can't do that this time. We didn't stop you.
We closed the door.
We put up a baby gate. Now there's no way through.
Yeet.
For interesting designs, especially in Savage.
Anyway, here's the blaster. Hello, landmines.
Shadow Clone Jutsu robot? No, there were multiple clones and they fused together into one guy. That's like the opposite of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Okay, now he's doing the Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Okay, congratulations, that was the first robot. Round 2.
direction.
That one.
Round 3.
Would you believe it's a third robot?
Whoa.
Hope you can read the debuff, by the way.
What? Magnetic levitation?
You're wanting to be on a lower platform. Yeah, on that one. Nope.
Oh, that ain't good.
Arithmetic.
I prefer biogeometry.
I prefer simple geometry. But would you believe there's a fourth robot?
Whoa! Ah. We're good.
Get behind the eyes. Get behind the eyes.
Behind the ice? Oh. Okay.
Or something, I think. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to get.
Oh no. Oh, that was everyone.
Nice.
I mean, the bard might have. No, the bard doesn't have. Maybe the bard has. It's gonna be really close, but he's gonna get audibly unneeded. Shortcut. Close to high. 2 hours.
I do like my mad science sage glamour.
Make sure you're not having lava behind you. Someone needs to freeze the water. That's good.
Okay, so now there's the pillar.
Yeah, we were using that for Ultra Flash.
And you have to wait for him to start using Ultra Flash. Oh, but I can still hit him from behind here anyway, so I don't even need to wait.
Yeah. This is the part where we need he was line of sight and it doesn't do. Wow.
We good! We did it!
We all learned the last.
First try. I'm commending the Bard, because they deserve it.
I swear, Hrothgar just always look good. Like, consistently. Every time I see a Hrothgar, I'm like, that's a very snazzy outfit. Which says something, because, like, when I started my alt as one, I'm like, God, their starting equipment looks awful. It's just a harness and a thong. Just looking forward to hearing what new treasures she's found. Hi, Mid. Aren't you, like, a traitor? I'll not lie to you. Some of it's true. I did meet the Illuminati, but that's not the whole story. Allow me to explain. You're saying you handed over the Codex fragments to stop the Illuminati from coming here and taking it? Yes, but the fragment I handed over to them was not but a stone picked up from a pile of rubble. The true Codex fragment lies here, safe and sound. Bloody knew Quick Thinks was lying. The way he told it, you'd been working with the Illuminati all along. Little old bilge, a lot of it. I'm afraid not. Quick Thinks told you true, in fact. It was I who first taught the goblins how to summon the primal. I meant only to use them for my own ends, of course. Much as I did you. The author of the Enigma Codex was an ancestor of mine. The creation of the so-called perfect world proposed within it has long been the goal of certain members of our tribe, myself included. For years we strove in secret to realize its high ideals, free of the twisted elitism which seemed to have infected the Illuminati. During that time, there was one who served as our leader, a man who made us believe that our perfect world was within reach, a man with whom I fell in love. I wished nothing more than to see his dreams come to fruition. He was able to summon debug items. So on the side of Ocean, I agreed to help him summon a primal without a second thought. The danger to our lives never even crossed my mind. But on that day 3 years ago, I came to know the folly of our mission. Cone. In an instant, the infernal machine laid waste to our hopes, snuffing out the lives of my companions. The man I loved was dragged into its core. The dreaded cone! In the last desperate attempt to make right our mistake, I called forth a barrier with which to seal Alexander. At that moment, however, the Codex shattered, and the Colossus vanished without a trace.
Congratulations, now you know where the barrier
I'm just like, why did nobody ask why this barrier is here in the first place? That's my thing. That's the problem for me is why nobody asked. When the dust settled, I found myself surrounded by the broken fragments of the Codex, the cold, accusing remnants of our dream of a perfect world.
Oh, actually, I do know why nobody would be questioning that. Because this would be after the Exodus. 3 years is during the in-between times of the 7th calamity. And...
But still, the fact is, like, all the goblins and the other people have moved in, and Y'shtola's been doing research here. Like, the fact that the barrier wasn't there when Y'shtola and all of the Sharlians left, but is there now, is something you'd think Y'shtola would point out. you know?
There's more pressing matters at the moment.
I just feel like casual mention, like, hey, like, Matoya, the fuck is the bubble in the middle of the river? Like, that wasn't there before.
Perfectly normal barrier magic.
Fools to think only of the future. I did not realize it until my friends were gone, but time was spent on a journey all together, pursuing the shared dream. Those moments were precious as paradise we could have hoped to build. It's a sad old tale, I'll give you that, but that doesn't explain why you had the Illuminati summon the Primal, or why you had us help you infiltrate it. After everything you've been through, you can't seriously think any good will come from reviving Alexander. You said as much yourself. Good has nothing to do with it. Understand, I did not act out of my lingering adherence to my old ideals. I simply wanted to see him again, and perhaps walk to the ends of the world with him. Him? The guy she's been talking about this entire time. Mid cannot be an Alexander.
He wants to date the robot.
I mean, fair. Not Alexander itself, but the soul I believe still resides within. The soul of Uplander sleeps in giant machine. Never has Backrix heard of such unsense. Mid must abandon this. Now's not the time. Got one more question to ask you. What happens when all the Codex fragments are brought together? You summon Shenron and you get one wish. Alexander was born from the hearts that yearn for a world. The writings of the Enigma Codex inspired such a desire, but they are more than just a collection of texts. The Codex can also be used to control the Primal. To be precise, 2 elements are required, a complete Enigma Codex and one capable of reading it. When both are present, Alexander can be commanded to transport its residents wherever they choose. I myself was once able to read the Codex, but those days are long gone. Now the fragments are as dead to me as the stones beneath my feet. There is another, however, to whom the Codex still responds, only all know quite well. Round rocks? Are you saying that little girl is the key to controlling a bleeding primal? I knew we couldn't leave her with you. She's been captured. What? Who could have seen this coming? No way. The important character who has the special skill the bad guys need was kidnapped by the bad guys? Whoa.
Lay gas.
Curse me for a fool. I should have known better than to underestimate the Illuminati. I assumed the missing piece in their plan was the Codex fragment. We were talking about round rocks all along. We must mount a rescue now, without delay, to the Illuminati. She's no better than a cog in that monstrous machine. It's like that she's being held somewhere in or close to Alexander's upper body. Continue your push through the left arm, and while the Illuminati are distracted, I'll search for a way forward. That also doesn't... I suppose they probably will also explain then why Alexander didn't vanish when we disabled the core. Because, like, she sealed him, but this is
Big
like...
core, probably. Decoy core. Bamboozled.
But, like, Yashola was like, aw, man, you disabled the core, but the Aether stuff started again, which it does imply that us taking the core offline did disable Alexander. But it's just weird because all the other primals disappear when they're quote-unquote killed.
I mean, does turning off a robot kill it? Question mark?
We pulled out the batteries.
Fair, I suppose. Also really begs the question, again, I guess I'm just getting ahead of myself with the story, but it's like, how the fuck this thing is, like, Bahamut-sized? How the fuck did you summon it? Bahamut was summoned by a bunch of, an entire country of angry dragons being upset that genocide was happening. You're like, you were a bunch of people who got together and were like, yo, you know what would be cool? Howl's Moving Castle.
Technically, yeah.
Also, I'd like to know what if the... It was weird that there's just a random cone in the cutscenes. So that does beg the question, was Alexander always intended to be a primal?
I mean, they already said that
the Codex is supposed to control him.
Well, like, the Codex was supposed to be just like schematics. The goblins made it a religion.
Okay. See, I was
a primal is only two things: faith and a power source.
Yeah, but like they were saying that the treasure hunters, they originally tried to summon the primal, which also implies that they were like, you know, instead of building this, what if we just believed really hard in it and we just manifested it? Which makes me wonder if it is like, did they ever have the intention of actually building it as a real ass thing? And then at some point somebody was like, you know, too much work. What if we just imagined really hard and it just became real? Or was, like, from the inception, the book, like, this is what Alexander would look like, and if you think about how cool that would be really hard, he'll become real.
I don't know, why didn't Da Vinci build the flying machine in his notebook? Too hard? Didn't want to kill himself by trying to fly it? It's a mystery.
How much resource do you think it would take to build an Alexander? That is a good question.
I mean, they did make a life-size Gundam in Japan.
Yeah, well, they need that for fighting Godzilla.
Pick a pipe.
Pick a pipe?
Be warned, 5 of them lead to spikes. That's a lie. That's a Mario Maker joke.
How do we... Oh, I just touch it.
And touch pipe.
Touch pipe? Okay, well that one was already taken.
There should only be one pipe left at this point.
But how do I know which one is available for me to do?
It's the one you can interact with.
Okay. There should be a better visual indicator.
You're fine. Okay, you're picking the same pipe again.
There's spikes. Flesh wound.
Oh, they do lead to spikes. It is Mario Maker.
Rolling around at the speed of sound. I remembered I have an AoE version of my Aether Drain thingy. I constantly forget to do that. Is the cat a boss? No, I'm significant.
Even better. The cat is a cat.
the cannons are cool.
Great news, we get to fight the final boss now.
How do we get... So do I just... Okay, we go over here, and then we escape from the city down this way. Yeah.
Woo!
Oh yeah.
They really tried just about every arena size and like variety they could in this raid series.
Doom.
Doom? Ah!
Here, have a shield. Have fun in the forever box.
Ah! What?
You going to jail?
No! Okay. I sense
Now
intense...
Now people have to break you out of jail. Oh, you dying?
I'm dead.
No one healed you.
Yeah, whose fault could that be? That's a mystery for the ages.
Mystery. Should I chill or should I just rush? Okay, here we go.
Someone will get you eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah, I wonder who should do that.
I do like how this raid series is functionally making the goblins out to be the most dangerous of all the beast tribes, I suppose. It's like, yeah, all of them can summon a primal that might destroy a city, and that's bad. But like, but like these ones are like have a plan to specifically take over the entire world. Also, I need to carbuncle. I forgot.
Who's getting hit this time?
Like these ones have like the goblins have a mass of resources and competence. All the other beast tribes kind of come off as we're just kind of grumpy enough that we summon a god sometimes. Oh, that doesn't look good in there.
We helped one of us this time though. Someone's getting thrown into jail again.
Oh no, it's them.
Oh, goodbye, White Mage. I suppose that means I have to heal.
How do we break them out again?
Each one is different.
Yeah, this is the poison. They have to stand on the poison hole.
Which they're not doing.
We'll probably be fine.
I suppose you can't. Someone casting rescue won't pull them out of there, will it?
No, it won't.
That would be funny.
It's literally get out of jail spell.
In the same way that you could like use a polka doll and just completely skip the entire Saffron City.
Mm-hmm.
My gang's planning our trip to Japan, and I'm like, you know, I'd love to take Pokemon Go photos in, like, actual, like, story-important locations for Pokemon. And I was like, you know what would be cool? Finding whatever mountain Red's supposed to be at the top of, and, like, getting, like, a red cap and taking some pictures with Red's team up there. What mountain is that in real life? And I'm like, oh, it's Mount Fuji.
It's snowing there.
Do we want to climb Mount Fuji?
I'm sure it's fine. Come on.
We killed a man. Yay. I mean, honestly, there is a part of me that's thinking of it. Because you don't even need to start from the bottom. Alright, did we do a successful? Uplanders sent quick things scurrying. Illuminati think twice before threatening us again. Uplanders nearly through the left arm. Next Uplander must push forward into inner parts to save Roundrocks. Congratulations on your victory. Huh?
My favorite part of the ultimate version of Alexander is 0 goblins appear.
Congratulations on your victory, quick thanks. When you were busy dismantling his flying machine, I finished charting Alexander's interior. The chamber you reached is situated in the innermost part of the left sector, which means your next aim should be... Backrix does not trust Treasure Hunter. 3 years ago, she summoned Metal Giant. Backrix wonders if she still wishes to finish the mission of dead comrades. I do not blame you for doubting me. Truth be told, my former mentors often stressed that were the unthinkable to happen, it would be my burden as the youngest to carry on their work. But building the Codex's perfect world was their dream, not mine. I only borrowed it. As long as I was with those I held dear, I could happily have devoted myself to any cause. Seeing their passion, their joy, that was what filled me with resolve, and it was that which drove me to collect the pieces of the Codex. All their talk of learning and reason, of justice and perfection meant little to me in and of itself. I sometimes wonder why I was able to read the Enigma Codex in the first place. Mayhap it was because my youthful mind was a blank slate, receptive to any ideal, if put convincingly enough. In the end, of course, it didn't matter. The Primal took my friends' passion, their joy, their idealism, and ground them into dust. Though I survived, my commitment to the cause did not. Put simply, I had no need for a perfect world without them to share it. So believe you me when I tell you that I did not seek Alexander's return to realize the dreams of the dead. I only wish to see him again. Meaning your leader. The section of Alexander you've been exploring is called the Midas, after the king from Legend of Eld. Midas entreated the gods for a finger that would turn all he touched to gold, and the gods duly obliged, but in his carelessness, he transformed the one he loved most in the world into a lifeless gold statue, and thus the thing that he coveted became his undoing. So it was me and mine. Had we paused for but a moment to consider the means, and not simply the end, mayhap my friends would still be alive, but we did not, and they are gone. My one remaining wish was simple, to speak with the man I had once loved once more. If I could do that, I would be satisfied. There, I've told you everything. Assuming no one else wishes to question my motives, I would speak with Roundrock's rescue. That was my original intent. Now listen well. Alexander is divided into 3 main sections, each powered by an independent core. You've already fought your way through the innermost part of Midas, the left arm. The core lies only a little way beyond, but you may be sure that the Illuminati will have deployed the bulk of their forces to defend it. Hold on a minute. Why would they choose to keep Roundrocks there? The cores are just power sources. You're correct, and the answer is they wouldn't. Roundrocks is most likely being held within Alexander's upper body, but the Illuminati have locked the entrances from either arm, making it impossible to enter. Our only choice is to stop the core, and in doing so, stop Alexander. I See, that's actually rather clever. The Illuminati need Round Rocks to control the Primal, but if it can't move, they'd have no need for her. At the very least, they'd have no choice but to keep her safe until the Primal's in working order again. Activating those cores would have used up every crystal the Illuminati had. If we destroy the second one, I doubt they'll have enough to get them operational again. Do Uplanders truly think Metal Giant can be toppled? Money. Treasure Hunter truly believes Soul of Lost One sleeps in Metal Giant. Madness, but Backrix does not doubt the resolve to rescue Round Rocks. Go with me deep into Midas and deactivate the second core, but do not underestimate Illuminati. Day and night, they bring supplies into Steel Fortress. Backrix suspects Illuminati are tinkering with new weapons. Burden of the Sun, now accessible. Okay, this one might be my last one for the night. I should probably sleep at some point in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Valid. It's a multiple of 4, so it's a good stopping point. The end of the tier, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, what a stopping point this will be. For a number of reasons.
Don't stand in front of that.
Okay. Seems reasonable enough.
We did it. We killed the boss. Anyway, congratulations. It's more robots. They're back.
Oh, great.
I hope you remember the mechanics from earlier.
They haven't changed.
Better believe it's robots 3 and 4 again.
No way. I'm low arithmetic, so I just want to be up here.
You solved it. Phones are coming out.
Ow. Binge. We did it. We broke all the robots. Anyway.
Oh no, they're doing a Voltron.
They are, in fact, doing a Voltron.
Damn. Oh, that just started. That just started.
It makes me sad that I...
Get away from the front of the boss.
It makes me sad that I no longer have a deck that I really want to put Mech Titan Core in. Oh god.
You're fine.
Oh, we had to stack? Oh god. Oh god. Alright, we're good, we're good. Oh no.
One of the best bosses in the game.
That was actually pretty cool.
That was the trick all along.
We don't look at explosions.
Everybody in sync.
Turns away from the explosion.
Everyone as a party knows what's up.
second core, I do believe. One that's out of commission. Once that's out of commission, Alexander won't be going anywhere. Dan, would that I could see you just once more. Farewell, my love. The cat! You! Too frightened to face us alone, I see. Not that I blame you. We all know what Missy did to you last time. To usher in future that has been even strongest, Gabi must sometimes pretend to be weak and let enemies win. Oh, pretending, were you? I suppose losing this core was all part of your plan. Don't make me laugh. You know as much about the future as we do.
He really did hit you with the I let you win, huh?
Yeah. Quickthings knows all. For example, Quickthings knows one among Uplanders carries true fragment of Enigma Codex. It's Wedge. Take him. This game is up big, so no hiding the truth of quick things. Oh, I was joking. Okay. I was joking, but we really are sacrificing Wedge. Which means he knows that we're carrying his worthless rock, while I've got the genuine article tucked away in my small clothes. Goodbye. Quickthings already knows the conclusion of Uplander's childish games. He's coming for me. What's he waiting for? Long ago was outcome decided. Uplanders think they are victorious, but luck is no friend to them today. Oh no, the lift stopped in just such a way to knock the rock out of her grasp. All pieces fall into our hands. As far as I can make out, the thing's in good working order. No damage, no signs of tampering. I can only think it was an energy fluctuation that did it. Just bad luck. Bad luck? You're saying it was pure chance the platform stopped at that exact moment? What about Quickthings? There's no way he could have predicted something like that. The odds would be infinitesimal. Well, however he did it, the fact remains that he did. But that doesn't mean we have to stand for it. When something takes something from you, you just gotta take it back. Do Uplanders forget something? Matters are too urgent for such foolish doings. Tongue flaps of Uplander make Backrix almost laugh. Uplander claims to have stopped the core and lost the fragment to quick things. Look here, Uplander. Backrix has brain case like steel trap, catching all head things, all seen things, and he saw Uplanders leave but few moments ago. Backrix senses something's amiss.
And now you're beginning to see what's up with Alexander.
So he just saw us leave a bit ago for Alexander, but we just fought through Alexander.
Yep.
This is some like SCP bullshit. Backrix is certain Uplanders left for a metal giant only moments before returning. He watches Uplanders disappear over the horizon with own two eyes. But it's impossible to return so soon after Uplander's tale is true. Why Treasure Hunter also makes such claims, Backrix does not know. Go Uplander, trade tongue flaps with Mid, and together think of explanation. Have you been able to make any sense of Backrix's account? According to his vision of events, we would scarcely have had time to reach the core, much less shut it down. But we were all there. We all know what happened. Are you sure he's not just confused? Maybe he got lost on all that data of his and forgot the time. I'm afraid not. That is, unless the goblin standing watch near Alexander was also confused. His reports corroborate Backrix's. Something else is going on here, I'm certain of it. The question is what? If we assume for a moment that the goblin's accounts are true, then hardly any time passed since we entered the barrier around Alexander. Time stopped? Impossible. Impossible? You mean like QuickThinks is predicting exactly what was going to happen in the core room? I hate to say it, but maybe he wasn't talking out of his arse. If time doesn't work the same in there, maybe he did see the future. There might be another explanation to that. There is a device deep within Alexander capable of performing complex mathematical calculations. It's not outside the realm of possibility that it could be used to predict the outcome of simple events. Using mathematics to predict the future. Now, even if I could believe that, it wouldn't explain this business with Backrix. Diggs is right. Perhaps the presence of the Primal somehow disrupted the flow of time within the barrier. It's only a theory, of course, and far-fetched one at that, but it might go some way towards explaining recent events. To be clear, you're implying the Illuminati are aware of this temporal disruption and have been using it to somehow gaze into the future? Very well, if you're willing to accept that, why not go further? Might it not be the case that they have found a way to bend time to their will? By moving back and forth in time, the Illuminati could effectively manipulate the present however they saw fit. They would even remain one step ahead of us, our every effort doomed to fail from the first. That's a sobering theory, but still only a theory. A game theory, right? There's no point panicking just yet. Wedge, just give the Chief a call on your link pearl, why don't you? If anyone knows how to untangle this knot, it's him.
Yeah, bad news said time's broken. Fixed it.
Shit. Yeah, can you fix time? It's me, about Alexander. We noticed something strange about the time inside the Primal. No, not our time inside the Primal. The time. I mean, time itself. Chief, it might be best if you came here. I will await your arrival. Wait for Sid to arrive. Is that a heated debate I hear? Boys, you started without me. Now, was that you were all saying over Link Pearl or something about running out of time? Sid insisted that I accompany him, though I would have come even if he had not. Matters had taken a turn for the worse, I gather. You could say that again. The etheric fluctuations are akin to those I observed shortly before the Primal's awakening. In the absence of a functioning core, its form is dissipating, albeit slowly. Okay, cool. That's what I was questioning. Would you mind lending me your goggles for a moment? It can't hurt to have a second opinion. Yeah, why does she even still have those if all she sees is ether now?
They're standard issue Scion goggles. Even though, like, the only person to ever wear them was Urianger and Cid right now.
On 7 hells is this, the ether pouring in from the Primal is flowing backwards, as if time were passing in reverse. It cannot be. Such a phenomenon is wholly without precedent. Knowing so little of the Primal's capabilities, however, it would be remiss to discount the possibility outright. If it is as we fear, then at this very moment Alexander could be undoing our efforts to shut down its cores. All of our labors will have been for naught. The treasure hunter of whom we had heard so much, he seemed unperturbed by the outlandish speculations. Was this perchance the subject of Widge's communication? Gods help us. If there is any truth to this, it won't matter how many cores we disable. The Illuminati will simply undo any damage we cause. And what do we do, Chief? How do you even begin to fight something like that? I mean, what that says to me is that you just need 3 strike teams to get rid of all the cores simultaneously, so they don't have a chance to reverse anything.
Yeah, but we only have one protagonist, even though there's infinite protagonists because it's an MMO. But we only have the one, so how can we possibly do that?
But, like, nobody's... Also, the Primal doesn't seem to be... I mean, I don't know. Could you be tempered? Are any of the goblins actually tempered by Alexander? To erase
good question.
To erase the past and return to a clean slate, could Dayan have known? Yeah,
just for the record, a Primal doesn't have to temper. You've already met a couple of examples that would be like
Shiva didn't temper anybody.
Right. Technically, neither did Thoradin, but that's more or less just due to the fact that Thoradin didn't have anyone to temper.
Yeah, I know. Thoradin just didn't have the chance, but it definitely seemed like his goal was, oh, I'm gonna make peace by tempering everyone so they all think the same.
Right. And to a lesser extent, technically, I don't know if Bismarck ever tempered anybody. Bismarck just seemed to be a force of nature, kind of doing what a whale in the sky is going to do.
Phoenix also didn't temper anybody.
Yeah.
Phoenix was tempered.
That was to be fair, it was the one being tempered.
I was, thinking about, from a storytelling perspective, what primals would represent. And there was a part of me that was like, oh, maybe they represent, the concept of an echo chamber. Like, you believe in your ideals so much that you shut out all other possibilities, and that's what tempering is. And then I'm like, but actually, no, that doesn't work. That theory doesn't work at all, because the primals can do it on unwilling people, and that's not how echo chambers work. You can't believe at someone hard enough, and they suddenly are forced to believe what you think. Preparations for restoration of Enigma Codex are complete. Calculations show margin of error for future readings is 0.03%. Foolish Gabi, when future is decided, there is no error. There is no failure. Listen well, chosen of the Illuminati. At last the pieces are in place. No longer must we suffer foolishness of unwise. Time has come to backstrike. Inferiors will make way for perfect world or die. Now restore Enigma Codex. Oh, the cone was the Enigma Codex. Okay. I thought it was just an unfinished texture. I was a little confused.
I mean, to be fair, this was back in the PS3.
It's a cone.
Oh, now it's even more of a cone than ever before.
Now, how do we make the perfect cheese?
Now Alexander is Illuminati's to control. Soon will cores disabled by Uplanders be disabled no longer. Reverse time! Return to the past now!
I'm wizard.
No, we're gonna have to flip a coin now.
Once power flows to third core, Alexander will be fully operational, and with third core, will its true potential awaken. Wings of time unfurl, and all of history will be at the mercy of the Illuminati. Chosen ones will amend mistakes of past and reshape world into perfection. At last, prophecies of Enigma Codex will be fulfilled. And Quick thinks all thoughts will rule as king of new world, of correct world, chosen ones, menders of history, be proud to serve as builders of this paradise.
I do like how his face is a cool robot one.
I swear, I can't not... There's a part of me that wants to, in all of the Magic the Gathering stories, just wants to read Elish Norn's lines as if they're being said by Queen, even though I know Queen has no actual voice actors, but, like, her end goal is to turn everyone's face into a cool robot one.
I think that you can interpret things based on the fact that...
The sound effects that are made when she speaks.
Oh, I was going with the fact that she capitalizes every word and doesn't use punctuation. Like, it implies a certain tone.
Y'shtola and the chief have returned to Matoya's cave. Don't worry, between them, they should find an answer to our problems. If it isn't waiting on a shelf in Charlian Annals, it'll be in some forgotten corner of the chief's brain. You mark my words. And next time we meet Quick Thinks, we'll be ready for him. Adventure, there's something I would like to discuss with you, but mayhap it would be best to wait until we are safely back at Shortstop. I'll see you there. I understand now what you were saying. I think it was Ren was talking about how Time Mage is not a class. I think you mentioned, like, Time Magic's kind of plot relevant.
Also, the closest thing to a Time Mage is Astrologian. Astrologian has some of the Time Mage type spells.
A couple of, like, jobs in FF14 kind of, like, they tend to get umbrellaed in. They try to, like, umbrella a couple of, like, other jobs into them. Astro does that quite a bit in a lot of cases.
Is Astrologian in any other Final Fantasy game?
I believe so.
And I know I know Scholar and or Summoner kind of rope in a little bit of Green Mage. What with Bio?
Apologizing for everything. Were it not for me, the Illuminati would never have summoned that infernal machine or gained the means to control it. And now Quick Thinks possesses the power to manipulate time, to foresee the future and erase the past. I dare not think how he will use it. Returning the cores to their former state was but a foretaste. When all three are active, Alexander can traverse both time and space. Nothing will stand between the Illuminati and their twisted utopia. We cannot let it come to that missing. Somehow we must find a way to stop them.
So, Astrologian technically came from Tactics as Astrologer.
Okay.
And then was later featured in Bravely Second, which I know is not technically Final Fantasy, but it's Final Fantasy adjacent.
Still counts.
The Shortstop isn't the same without her. I hope someone will keep her treasures safe until she returns. Maybe, like, get them out of this rain, especially the books. Like, water damage sucks.
They're waterproof books. Charlian technology.
Came at an opportune moment. It would seem we have a visitor. I was pacing about thinking of Round Rocks when something in the shadows drew my eye. I caught only a brief glimpse, but it bore an uncanny resemblance to Quick Thinks' constant companion. Shanoa, was it? If the coral's here, then there's a good chance the Illuminati keepers are close by. We best track her down and quickly. Oh, the cat!
Yep.
The cat! Is the cat Schrodinger's cat? Is that how she fits into all of this?
It's the cat reeling, huh? I need to go to sleep.
No worries, I'm probably gonna sleep pretty soon, and also, so I just want to get to the part where it tells me I can go into the next dungeon. It is Shinoa, or is it? One Koro Kitten looks much the same as the other, and she doesn't seem to have brought any of her friends. Over there. Uplanders, what are these snap crashings and all? An Illuminati spy set by quick things to observe our movements. Like as not, given the sizable disadvantage at which we find ourselves, we thought it best to relieve him of his duty. He spent his final moments blabbering about all the Illuminati's deranged schemes, claimed that once the final core was activated and Alexander fully operational, the Forgers would gain the power to travel through time, taking them along with it. He seemed quite convinced that Quick Things was a prophet of sorts, a traveler from the future come to the present to return history to its proper state. And that's not the half of it. According to him, the battle for history has already been won, and not by us. The future is writ in the Enigma Codex, and we but play out our roles in it. Quick Thinks, a traveler from the future? That would certainly explain how he was able to anticipate our every move, but could it be that he's already conquered the world of tomorrow? Have all our efforts been in vain? Is he... what's his face? Guy, new Marvel big bad guy, Kang. He's Kang the Conqueror, but a goblin. Tongue flaps of crazed Illuminati make brain case hurt. Backricks would speak of different subject. What brings Uplanders back to Shortstop? Having settled upon a plan of action, Sid and I were in the process of making our final preparations with Master Matoya when this kitten scampered in, mewling as if to beckon us. We duly followed her, and she let us hear, much to the dismay of the fellow at our feet. I'm not one to look a gift Coral in the mouth, but something about all this doesn't sit right with me. She's been at Quickdex's side, make that on his bloody head every step of the way, and now she decides to betray her keepers? If the cat could speak our tongue, I would have a question or two for her, mayhap even 3. We know somebody who could talk to animals! I can't believe I'm even considering this, but then it wouldn't be strange. The strangest thing I've heard today. You there, cat, you're Shinoa. Quick Thinks is a little familiar, aren't you? 2 mews for yeah, 1 for nay. Did she truly? Do you want to go home? 7 hells, I think the bloody furball might actually understand us. But that doesn't mean we can trust her. For all we know, she could be here to do our master's dirty work. A moment, Uplanders. Tongue flaps of Round Rocks come to Backrix's brain case. 3 years ago, when Round Rocks found Codex Splinterstone, Round Rocks says Black Coral Child is there, onlooking. Backrix thinks nothing of this then, but now. You mean to imply that Shinoa here was present when we attempted the summoning? I very much doubt that. If she were a kitten 3 years ago, she would be a fully grown coral by now. Unless, that is, she took a shortcut through time. An implausible theory, I grant you, but one we cannot well dismiss in the light of recent events. If true, it would raise still more troubling possibility that Round Rock's discovery of the Codex was no mere coincidence, but an event orchestrated by Quick Thinks to further his own ends.
I also gotta lay down, but good luck.
No worries, Naito. This just gets better and better. Look, whatever's going on here, we're not going to find out by standing around talking. We need to delve deeper into that fortress. And just as luck would have it, Wedge claims his latest invention will allow us to do just that. I've sent him and Biggs on ahead to the Maker's Quarter to perform their final tests. Meet them there when you're ready. I'll join you as soon as my own preparations are complete. Cat. God. To travel back in time and set the past wrongs alight, who could resist such temptation? And how grievous the consequences of surrendering it? For in allowing the past to consume us and making our every choice, our every action the correct one, will we not cease to live in the present and in turn lose sight of the future? It is a path not to redemption, but to madness. The madness, just have video games work. Really, you're safe to mess up. Yes, but Undertale taught us that's a bad thing. All fired up and ready to go, are we? Then I best hurry up and brief you on the task at hand. In a nutshell, we'll be attacking the Primal on two fronts. As we speak, Y'shtola is leading an attempt to cut off the Primal's source of ether. Our job, meanwhile, will be to enter the belly of the beast and rescue young Round Rocks. Without her to view the Enigma Codex for him, the Illuminati won't be able to turn back time anymore, giving us a fighting chance of beating the bastards. The chief reckons the shortest path is through that giant's fat noggin, the only problem being it's inside the barrier. Don't worry though, Ledge's last wonder will take care of that. He's dubbed it the BBG2, which he tells me is short for Barrier Be Gone. Of course, the barrier doesn't just serve to keep folk out, it all keeps the Primal in. That being why mid-ender mates raise the bleeding thing in the first place. So the moment it goes down, there'll be nothing to stop the Colossus from running rampant if it has a mind to. Which means we're gonna need to move fast. The Chief will take the Excelsior in as close as we can to Alexander's head, where you'll jump off and secure us away inside. Wasting no time, you'll then climb back aboard, and Wedge and I will re-engage the barrier, all before our metal friend even knows what's happening. Got it? Good, because we've got our work cut out for us. Let's get going. Eyes of the Creator now available.
Congrats.
Yay! If Quick Thinks truly has seen the future, we may well be walking straight into a trap, and yet what other choice do we have? Okay, I am done for the night. It was a lot of Final Fantasying.
Yep.
Let's see, is anybody live that I can toss things to? Let's raid Vanderforge. Oh, they're playing Minecraft. I haven't raided him in a while. So we'll go ahead and do that. Raid message, you have found the missing persons. As usual. I may or may not be live tomorrow. I've got family D&D. Friday night I've got D&D with friends. Saturday and Sunday maybe. It depends. But until then, I'll be seeing you guys later. Thank you for hanging out with me.